We took the opportunity at Reading to find another car and organise ourselves for a more adventurous trip. It's been 3 weeks since we left Feltham.
5.
Ourselves for a more adventurous trip. It's been over a month since we left Feltham. In that time, in preparation for the journey ahead, we took the opportunity to say our last goodbyes to friends and family. The plan now is to head for the West Country, to leave the memory of Feltham behind us and head for what Jackie hopes, what we both hope, will be quieter and safer country. I've insisted we stop at the Grange on the way. I'm hoping Jackie will see a positive model for a new community. What was that?
The engine.
I know it was the engine. What was it?
Well, how should I know?
We filled it up.
I know! It's still 3/4 full.
But then what is it?
I might be able to drive, but I'm not a mechanic, am I?
Oh, great.
Must be water in the engine.
Is that what it is?
It's not as if I broke down on purpose. Grow up!
Sorry.
What should we do?
Call the AA?
Ha ha.
Here. There's a village up ahead. Not far. We grab as much as we can, find shelter and dry off. Wait for the rain to pass.
Which I said we should have done in the first place.
And then we find another car.
Fine.
Good.
Right then.
Are you sure this is the right thing to do?
Aren't you?
But we don't even know who these people are.
Well, Ruth seems to think they're decent enough.
How are you going to find them if they live on boats? They could be anywhere.
Well, there are fewer rivers than there are roads. It should be pretty straightforward.
I suppose.
What's wrong? A week ago you were as excited as I am.
It's great news, of course it is. It's just... Well, I didn't think you'd be off so soon.
I've waited long enough.
I'll miss you, that's all.
It's as much a shock to me as it is to you. I'd resigned myself to never seeing him again, to staying here and making a new life, such as it is.
It's wonderful here.
But my son might still be alive. Just wait until you have yours, then you'll understand how that feels. It makes all this seem like nothing more than a distraction.
Oh.
Look, Jen, I have to do this. It's always been about finding Peter, you know that.
I know.
Come in.
Abby, since Garland's not back yet... Oh, hi, Jenny.
Yes?
Well, as you're set on leaving today, the others suggested I go with you.
What?
Well, it's a good opportunity to reach out to another community, see if they'd like to join our network.
Don't you think we could have talked about this first?
Anyway, I figure you could use the company.
I'll be fine.
Well, there's no telling what you'll come across out there or who. No, it's best you have someone with you. We've all decided.
Of course you have.
Well, I'm sorry, did I interrupt something?
No.
Yes.
Well, anyway, I've got to pack. I'll see you in the stables. You should get a move on. Make some ground while it's still light.
Oh, another rat abandons ship.
Come on. Help me pack.
Fine.
The last time I was this wet, I was swimming.
Not far now. You can see the rooftops up ahead, look.
Oh, getting wet used to be a problem, didn't it? An inconvenience. Hardly matters anymore. Not as if we've got anywhere to go. It doesn't matter how we look, does it? God, the things we used to worry about are so insignificant now.
It's not good to be this wet in this sort of weather.
It's liberating.
It's
Are
dangerous.
you always this boring?
I'm being practical.
I'm being facetious.
We'll dry off, find another car and get on our way.
Great!
We don't have to stay. We just say hello, stock up and see what the setup's like before we head
I
west.
don't want to stay.
That's fine. We'll just stock up and head west.
We could just head west.
We need to rest at some point. It'll be safe there.
Will it?
It'll be fine. They're good people.
We stock up, that's it.
Fine. Whatever makes you happy.
Not going there would make me happy.
Stop.
Not passing go and not collecting £200 would make me happy.
I said stop. What? Look. What? There.
Right.
Come on.
Are you sure we should?
Yes, come on.
Cirencester's the best place to head. By the looks of it, you can follow the A417 all the way there.
Right. There we go. How does that feel, eh?
How long will you be gone?
I don't know. A couple of days to get there, a couple of days back. Depends if Peter's still with them, of course.
I'm sure he will be.
I hope so.
I wish I was coming with you.
Well, I'm glad you're not.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, you know what I mean. With the Greg away, this place needs someone like you to keep the others focused.
Yeah, I suppose.
And besides, you can't go galloping off in your condition.
Condition?
Greg,
What condition?
we were just saying how exciting this is.
What condition?
Jenny's pregnant.
Abby!
What?
Check the window. See if you can spot anyone.
Right. No, maybe they're out.
And left the fire going. Unlikely. Hello?
Not so hard.
Let's try round the back.
Daniel! Daniel, wait!
Hello?
Daniel, stop it!
There's someone in there. I can see them moving.
And you're probably scaring the living daylights out of them.
Can you let us in?
Daniel!
We're soaked out here. Hello? Told you.
Daniel, slow down!
Hello there.
Hi. I'm Daniel Connor. This is Jackie Birchall.
Are you well?
You're soaked through.
Our car broke down. We had to walk.
You better come in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Hargreaves. Put your stuff in there. Fire's lit.
We saw the smoke from the road. Thought we'd see if anyone was home.
You probably need to eat.
Oh, that'd be great.
You're very kind, Mr. Hargreaves.
Just Hargreaves. That's what they call me. Well, used to. I'll put the kettle on. The kitchen's through here.
I'll dump the bags. You go.
But-
you'll be fine. Go.
Would you like a cup of coffee?
Tea, if you have it.
We do. What can't be fixed with a cup of tea, eh?
I can think of a few things.
Don't know what we'll do when it runs out.
Well, it won't be the end of the world. That's already happened.
I suppose it has.
That thing works.
The range? Oil-fired. Thank God for some good old-fashioned British engineering, eh? Tank's still got plenty in it, too.
I've never seen one before.
I don't suppose there are any dry clothes, are there?
Daniel?
No, it's no trouble. Of course, good thing about these out-of-the-way places, they tended to be more practically minded. And there's plenty to go around.
Great.
Let's make you a hot drink and then we'll get you a change of clothes.
Been here long?
Not really. Just since the weather turned. Thought it best to find somewhere warm and dry.
Very sensible.
We're headed west. Thought we'd stop in on some friends on the way.
Friends?
Acquaintances, really.
We're from London. We spent some time with a group of people who were trying to form a community.
Trying.
It didn't quite come together.
Here.
Oh, thank you.
We're tribal animals, Mr. Connor. Not communal.
Daniel, please.
Survival of the fittest. That's what it used to be about. And so it is again.
Thanks.
Well, we're very grateful for your help.
Follow me. We need to get you out of those wet clothes before you catch your death. There's a boiler in the cellar. Why don't you put your wet things down there to dry? I'll see what I can find in the wardrobes upstairs.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Down here?
That's right.
I can't see it.
It's in the far corner. To the left, near the coal chute.
To the left?
That's right.
I don't like this.
Just by the coal chute.
Daniel? Mr. Hargreaves? Mr. Hargreaves? Mr. Hargreaves, please. Open the door. Mr. Hargreaves, please. Open the door. Mr. Hargreaves!
Well, aren't you going to say anything?
Such as?
You're going to be a father, Greg.
Look, can we not talk about it?
Clearly. We've been doing that quite well for the last 2 hours. You couldn't have left fast enough once you found out.
We needed to get going. We left too late as it was.
But you could have shown a little enthusiasm, even just for Jenny's sake.
She'll get over it.
Do you have any feelings, Gregory Preston?
It came as a bit of a shock, all right? Yeah, it's not as though you broke it to it gently.
Can't have been that much of a shock. Given what you were getting up to, you must have realised there'd be a chance.
Yes, thank you.
I'm just saying.
I know what you're saying, and I am rather you didn't, okay? And if you must know, well, I didn't think there was a chance, not anymore.
But you were married, weren't you?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, I just assumed.
Everybody just assumes.
Sorry.
Why? I'm not. It is what it is, or was. We tried, just never happened. Jeannie got more and more angry about it. I just worked harder and harder and tried to ignore her.
I see.
No, you don't. Everybody assumes that if you can't conceive, you're somehow missing out. Like it's the only worthwhile contribution one can make to the world. Well, I couldn't. And all this time, I thought it was me. She blamed me, so I thought it must be me. Thought I never could.
Well, you have.
But if I'd known... If I'd known, I'd have been more careful.
Why? It's a wonderful thing.
It's a dangerous thing.
Oh, she'll be fine. Women were having babies long before there were hospitals, you know.
Oh, great.
Come on. You're not stopping because of a bit of rain.
Damn a blast!
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Look, if you're worried about Jenny...
I said I'm fine. Now we need to get moving, find shelter for the night. Come on.
Calm down.
Open this door!
Daniel, that's not going to help.
I know you can hear me, Hargreaves.
Now open the damn door! Hargreaves!
And head for what Jackie hopes, what we both hope, will be quieter and safer country.
Well, I got that wrong.
Hargreaves!
Is he there?
Hargreaves! I know you're there. Let us out! Please! We won't hold this against you. We won't do anything. We just want to be let out. Please! Hargreaves! Hargreaves! Open this door! Hargreaves, open the damn door! Now! Please! Hargreaves! Hargreaves, are you there?
Here, let me do that.
I can manage.
Fine. I'm trying to help.
How much further do you think?
7 hours, maybe 6. So long as this weather doesn't get any worse. Did you hear that?
Yes. Oh, must we? We don't have time.
Can't just ride out there. There's no telling what we'll find. You wait here.
As if I'd leave you on your own.
Are you well? We were camping overnight in the barn there.
Grotty weather for it. That gun for me.
Sorry. You never know these days. No offence intended.
None taken.
I'm Greg Preston. This is Abby Grant.
How do you do?
Ridley, George, but t'other way round. Just liberating this here gas, but if it's yours...
No. Finders keepers.
That's what I like to hear.
The caravan's a beauty.
1972 LD Cyclone. Don't build them like that anymore.
You live in it?
Seems as good a place as any these days.
I suppose so.
Let me help.
Just the two of you, is it?
We're travelling to Kempsford. We've been told there's a community of people living in barges.
Oh, yeah.
You've heard of them?
Not near Kempsford, on the Thames at Lechlade, I think it were.
I know Lechlade.
Yeah.
Thanks.
When did you see them?
Well, a couple of weeks ago at most. Maybe more. Difficult to tell what with one thing and another.
Of course.
We need to go.
Where are you two from?
A place called the Grange. There's a few of us there.
I know it. Got a bit of a reputation for turning people away.
Really?
Met some people on the road said as much.
Well, he's a difficult time.
And that's when people need help the most, is the way I see it.
Well, we all do what we can.
Greg.
We need to go. So thanks for your help.
Glad to give it. I've got what I need, so I'll be off. Give you a lift anywhere?
No, thank you. We're on horseback.
New world order, eh?
Grass is a little easier to find than petrol.
So it is. Well, safe journey to you both.
Thank you. And to you.
That's kind of you, but I think you're gonna need it more.
Okay. Bye, Matt.
Can we get a move on now?
Yeah, sure.
Here.
Show me. Oh, perfect. Pass me the lamp. Bugger.
The wick's too short. Here, let me. There. Pass me the chimney.
The what?
The glass bit. Thank you.
Proper girl guide, aren't you?
My gran had an oil lamp. She used to let me light it.
Yeah, well, let's see if there's a genie in it. It's a coal chute, so it's probably fixed from the outside. Must be a draw bolt. Oh, might even be padlocked. Ah, damn it!
Not helping.
Sorry.
There has to be a solution.
Such as?
I don't know. But between us, we must be able to think of something.
After we've starved enough, we might be able to fit through the crack under the door.
Ha ha.
Who says I was joking? And my clothes are still wet. I'm freezing.
What's that?
What?
Can't you hear it?
Hear what?
Water. Running water.
It's raining.
No. Running. Down here. It's coming from over here.
Probably just a gutter overflowing.
It isn't. Look.
What?
Come and look. See? Where's it coming from? Daniel!
No sign of them.
Safe waters, he said.
There are 3 rivers joining the Thames round here. They could be up any one of them.
They're not navigable upstream. They'll be in the lock. Follow me!
I should have known when we saw the smoke.
Known what?
The fire in the lounge. I didn't put two and two together.
What are you going on about?
Why light a fire if the boiler works?
Oh,
I'm such an idiot.
I didn't think either. The cooker was working. Made it look as if everything was. Anyway, it's not human nature to assume someone's lying to you. You assume they're genuine, at least I do.
I suppose.
You could argue it says more about you that you didn't think he was lying.
Great. Then at least we know I'm going to die with my good character intact.
I wish you'd stop saying that. I'm trying to be positive. And I wish you'd stop telling me to shut up.
Listen. Hello?
Hello? We're down here.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Hand me the lamp. Hello? Damn it!
Get back.
Talk about out of the frying pan.
What was it?
How the hell should I know?
It sounded like a big cat.
A bloody big
Must
cat.
have escaped from the zoo.
Lucky bugger.
Tanya,
Jackie,
have you noticed anything?
my heart rate's through the roof. You?
Look. That's not good, is it? Is it?
Here. Grab everything useful and put it in here.
Why?
Just do as I say, okay?
There they are.
Slow down, Abby, slow down.
What is it?
Let's just show a little caution, shall we?
Oh, for God's sake, Greg. Hello?
Oh, no.
Hello? Hello?
How do?
Are you well?
Can you tell me if you have a Peter Grant on board?
Sorry?
Abby,
Peter Grant.
Abby, slow down. Give the woman a chance.
Everything all right, Leanne?
Fine, don't worry.
I'm looking for my son, Peter. We were told he was staying with some people on a barge in this area. I've come to look for him.
You want to watch yourself, love, using language like that round here?
Sorry?
These are narrow boats. Anyone else catches you using the B word, you could wind up getting keel-hauled.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offence.
Just don't let the others hear you say it. They won't hurt you, but they'll bore you to death. You must be soaked through.
We are a bit.
Well, then get off those horses and get in here. I'll stick the kettle on.
Someone arrived at our settlement and told us a deaf man was here with two boys.
One of them's my Peter.
Might be.
You did have a Peter staying with us.
Peter Grant.
I can't remember his surname. We don't tend to bother with him.
What did he look like?
Blonde hair, tall, skinny.
Oh, that's him.
How old was he?
Never really been good with ages. A teenager.
It's him.
You said did have.
The deaf chap left. He took the other boy with him.
Thank you.
Thanks. And Peter?
A man by the name of Gordon stopped with us for a few days. He was on his way to Wales.
I told him not to bother, but he seemed determined.
And Peter went with him.
Yeah.
And you let him?
It's a free country. Free world by now. Not our place to stop anyone doing anything if they want to do it.
And where in Wales?
Aberystwyth.
We used to go there when Peter was a boy.
Said he'd heard about some sort of settlement there. Said it was run by women. New Age, he called it. Can't think of anything worse.
What does this Gordon look like?
Hippie.
50s, maybe?
Long hair.
Leanne,
What is it?
water's rising.
Okay, then I want to get to Radcott Lock by nightfall. Tell the others.
Right you are.
You've two choices. You stay here, or you come with.
We need to go.
The horses need a rest, Abby, even if you don't.
Oh, we must.
You'll stay overnight, that's okay.
Russell, get one of the lads to walk the horses.
Will do.
It's not too far. Then we'll rest up for the night.
Cast off, Davy.
Where are you headed?
Plan is to get to the Oxford Canal. Rivers flood. Less chance of us getting into trouble up there.
Being mobile must offer a good degree of security. Not so easy to find,
You did.
I suppose. Look, the group we've come from have been discussing the idea of creating a network of communities. Strength in numbers, sharing skills, that sort of thing. Reason I came along with Abby is to see if you might be interested in joining with us.
That's it. Budge up.
Rising quickly, isn't it?
Let's see what we've got. Pass the lamp, will you?
What is it?
Turps.
Great. We can clean the bathtub before we paint it.
That's the spirit.
Rat poison? Give it here. I'm so hungry I'll eat anything.
It wouldn't do you much good.
Why keep it? What use is rat poison when you're about to drown?
If we get the door open, it might be the only thing between us and that wild animal.
Well, I put money on the wild animal.
Hello? 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 Anybody there? Hello? Hello?
Who's there?
Name's Jenkins. Any chance of getting a roof for the night?
We're not to let anyone in.
Oh, come on.
There's too much risk.
It's going to be a cold one tonight, I can tell. Just a roof would make a world of difference. I don't mind if it's in the shed, just as long as I'm out of the weather.
How many of you are there?
Just me. I saw some lights in your windows. It looks cosier in there than keeping under the stars. Oh, come on, what am I going to do on my own?
You'll have to wait a moment. I need to ask the others. I'll be back in a minute.
Take as long as you like. Open sesame.
Hello, Mr. Jenkins. Are you well?
Call me Jinx.
I'm Jenny Richards. The others have agreed to let you sleep in the stables, if that suits.
If it's good enough for the Lord Jesus Christ, it's good enough for me.
Yes, well, it's through here.
Many thanks to you.
We've got some stew on the go. There's plenty to go round.
Oh, what's up?
They've a good thing going here.
Not much room for expansion. What about crops?
No pleasing you, is there?
I've got you some blankets. It gets cold at night.
Thank you.
So, Ruth came to see you, did she?
Oh, she's the one that told us about your community.
She said there was another nurse here called Peggy. She said she was staying with you?
She was.
Was?
A few weeks ago, she went out one night for a call of nature and, well, that was the last we saw of her.
Well, people move on. Maybe she decided to settle elsewhere.
No, something happened to her. Leanne told us not to tell anyone, so we didn't panic.
What happened?
A couple of us went looking for her. We use a designated area for, well, you know, it means we don't have to worry about stepping in anything if we know where we're all leaving it. Well, there was blood, lots of blood, and it looked like there'd been a struggle. The ground was all torn up. We moved the boats on so nobody knew, and then a couple of nights later I was out having a whiz and I heard something growl.
What was it?
Do you think I stuck around to find out?
Well, that explains why Leanne's so keen to move you all downstream.
She thinks we'll be safer if we can find a more populated area.
She could be right. That's why it's so important we all stick together. There's not much you can do for you if you're headed east.
Well, we're not headed in anywhere till this weather stops. Look, can I come with you?
I'm not sure we can take a third person. You'll slow us down.
Abby.
I'm sorry, but as soon as the horses have rested, I want to get after Peter, and I'm not carrying another person. It'll take too long.
I've got a nag of my own. I'll be no trouble to you. It's just, well, with what happened, I've been looking for the right time to move on. I like the sound of what you got going on. Wouldn't mind helping out, that's all.
And we'd be grateful for the support.
Great, thanks.
But I'm not slowing down.
No, not a chance. I'll tell Leanne and pack some things. Get myself ready for the morning. Sleep well.
And you?
We should turn in too. I want to make good time tomorrow.
It's not stopping, is it?
Sit at the top.
We're going to die.
We're not going to
I
die.
deserve to die.
For God's sake.
For turning you all into Gillison. For what I did to my children.
We're not going to die.
This is my comeuppance to drown in a cellar.
Stop being silly.
Silly? This is retribution on a biblical scale.
Stop it.
And it's not like I don't deserve it.
Jackie!
If anyone deserves punishment, it's me.
Stop it. If there was a God, you think he'd have allowed this to happen in the first place?
Well, if you read the Old Testament, yes.
We're going to get out of here. Okay? I don't know how, and I don't know when, but we're getting out of here. I promise.
Aberystwyth's hell of a way on one of these.
I don't care how far it is.
It's just an observation. There's a chance it isn't him, you know.
It's him.
He's right. We don't know for sure.
It's him.
I never knew the boy's surname, you know.
And Ruth said she wasn't 100%.
Greg, you started this. You told me Ruth had seen Peter.
All I'm saying is that it may not have been your Peter.
He looks the same.
Leanne said he was a teenager.
He's got the same name.
First name.
And he's heading for the place we used to spend our holidays.
It's circumstantial.
It's enough, Greg. For crying out loud, it's enough, all right?
What the hell was that? Tell me you heard that.
We heard it, all right.
Greg, no.
We have to.
And I have to find Peter. Greg!
Wait up!
Gods. Did you get it?
No, but I scared it off. Come on.
Oh, Christ.
Help me get this off him. It's all right. It's all right. We're here to help you.
I'm pretty sure there's no help in that.
Shut up. Greg, see if there's anything in there we can use. I need you to press down here.
What?
Press. Here. Now!
Oh, this is hopeless. He's leaking like a sieve.
What the hell?
What is it?
For country. I've insisted we stop at the Grange on the way. I'm hoping Jackie will see a positive model for a new
Greg,
community.
what is it?
Where did you get this?
What are you on about?
Tell me where you got it.
Gave it me.
Greg, I need something to stop the bleeding.
This belonged to the man Jenny and I told you about, the one we met at Filton Polly. Why do you have it? Tell me.
Greg.
Russell, leave him.
But she said...
I said leave him.
Righto.
Greg, get away from him.
Tell me where you got it.
Greg!
Stay out of this, Abby. We do this the easy way, or we're going to do it the hard way. Now tell me where you got Daniel Connor's tape recorder. You asked for it.
Oh, Greg, you can't do this.
Tell me.
You!
Stop it! Stop it! There's nothing we can do.
Hag Reeves! You swine! I hope you burn in hell!
Stop!
No! We're not dying like this. No way.
Please.
No! Hold the turds.
What are you doing? What are you going to do?
I've got an idea.
Greg, stop!
Tell me.
Okay! I left him. Near Cricklade.
Where?
I know it. Small village just south of you.
Where in Cricklade? Where in Cricklade?
Locked him in a cellar.
You what?
You think this is funny?
Ah!
Where in Cricklade?
Ah! Ah!
Greg, you kill him!
Where?
Greg, enough!
Ah! Ah!
Oh, for God's sake, Greg! Greg, stop it! Now! You killed him.
He was dying anyway.
Could you? We're not animals.
Russell, can you get us to Cricklade?
Yeah.
Let's go.
But what about him?
What about him?
We have to do something. We have to do something with the body. Oh.
We'll die!
Dying. We have to try something.
It's insane!
Look, we saw this place because of the smoke, right? So there's a chance someone else will see it too.
And there's a chance they won't!
But it's the only chance we've got.
And if they don't?
Then we die. But we die on our terms. We die trying.
Fine.
Right. The first thing I need to do is trap air under the bathtub. I'm going to drag it to the far side of the cellar near the coal chute, okay?
Don't leave me!
I'm not going to leave you. I'm just going to place the bathtub where we need it. Okay?
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Why are we stopping?
Just getting my bearings.
What?
You said you knew where it was.
I do. I'm just... this way.
Are you sure?
It's this way.
Did it work?
Yeah. Now, you need to do this, but I'm too wet. First, empty the oil from the lamp down the door.
I can't!
Yes, you can. Go on. Start at the top. Now, look at me. The turps is going to start evaporating as soon as you pour it, so we can't hang about once we do this, okay?
Okay.
As soon as you light it, you'll need to swim to the bathtub.
Okay.
It's not far, and it's really easy, but you'll need to stay close and follow me, okay?
Yes.
Right. Pour the turps over the floor under the door. Try to make a puddle. That's it. Now, light the turps. Jackie? Jackie, what is it?
Nothing.
You ready?
That's it. Now, big deep breath.
Is that Cricklade?
On the other side of the river.
How the hell do we get across?
There's a bridge at the top of the high street. This way.
Daniel. Thank you.
Thanks for nothing, you be.
No, I mean it. You've always gone out of your way to help me. I don't want you to think I don't appreciate it.
I thought I was the last person on earth until I met you. You're my good luck charmer.
I hardly think I'm that.
Just you see.
This is hopeless. Where the hell are we supposed to start?
A cellar, he said. So it'll be an old building.
Take your pick.
What's that?
What?
There.
Oh my word.
Come on! Russell, help me with this front door. You ready?
Yeah.
Right, after 3. 1, 2, 3!
Hello? Hello?
And again. 1, 2, 3! Ah! Daniel!
We'll never get through that.
Hello?
Daniel! Are you in there?
What was that?
Can you hear that?
What?
Wait here.
What?
I need to check something. I'll be back in a minute.
You said you wouldn't leave me.
I'm not, but I need to check something.
Don't leave me.
I'm coming back. Cross my heart.
Daniel! Daniel!
Oh, this is hopeless.
They might not be here.
You think a fire's going to light itself in this weather?
What's that?
What?
Shh. That.
Get from round here. Hello? Daniel!
What is it?
There was someone hammering at this trapdoor.
Yeah.
Oh, great. So wedge it under here. Now, on 3. 3!
Daniel!
There's someone out there. We have to swim to the coal chute.
I can't.
Yes, you can. Come on.
I can't do it.
You have to. It's not far.
No.
Yeah, Jackie, listen to me.
I'm not doing it.
Jackie, look at me. You can. Look at me. You can do this. It's not far.
I can't.
I've got you. You won't get lost. Now, breathe. Deep breaths. That's it. Good. Now, on 3, we're going to duck under and I'll pull you to the coal chute, okay? It's just a couple of strokes, not far. Ready? Okay. Here we go. Count with me, okay? 1, 2, 3.
Right, I'm going in.
You can't do
I
that.
have to.
It's too dangerous.
Can't just let them die.
We don't even know they're in there.
Ah!
They're here.
Daniel!
Give me your hand.
I got you.
I'm
Come on, we need to get away from here.
Put your arm over my shoulder.
Thank you.
How did you find it?
That's a long story. Let's get out of here first. Come on.
We decided we shouldn't let him into the main house, so we let him sleep in the barn. But the next morning he'd vanished.
Was anything missing?
Nothing.
Well, perhaps he just wanted a roof for the night, like he said.
Well, I'm not so sure. Russell, you said Ruth's friend Peggy went missing?
Missing's one word for it.
And Daniel, you're sure it was an animal that tried to get through the door into the cellar?
Oh, yes.
Sounded big, like a wild cat.
Well, could be it's the same thing we saw attacking the man who locked you up.
The man you killed.
We'd never have found Jackie and Daniel in time if I hadn't pushed for answers.
But to resort to torture...
The man deserved everything he had coming to him, if you ask me.
Nobody deserves to be tortured.
I'd have done the same if I got my hands on him.
Enough! Can we stop talking about killing?
Could this big cat be responsible for all these missing people?
Well, free to roam the wild, it's going to follow its natural instinct to hunt. It'll pick on the weakest prey.
Which is us.
Precisely.
What do we do?
If it's reached here, then it's a danger to our way of life. We should kill it.
You surprise me.
Oh, give it a rest, will you, Abby?
Presumably that's easier said than done.
I need to track it down first. Well, I'm no hunter, that's for sure. Daniel?
No.
When the plague happened, I hid in the Brecons to escape all the scavengers in Swansea. I was useless, of course. Didn't stay long. Hooked up with a couple of other fellas coming to England and tagged along. They were telling me they'd been on this survival course with a chap called Warner.
Yes, Irvin Warner.
You know him?
Of him. Read a story about him once. Wished I'd written it. It was fascinating. Not ex-army or anything like that, but lots of experience of how to live in the wild, working with nature, eating plants, that sort of thing.
Sounds awful.
Oh, it was fascinating.
Well, it's all very well, but we need something of practical use, something that'll help us find this animal.
But that's just it. Apparently he's still living in the Brecons.
That's where he ran these wilderness survival courses, out of Hay-on-Wye.
Well, we could try to find him, I suppose.
Russell knows the area, and I can remember some of the article I read. Between the three of us, we should be able to find Warner, if he's still there.
If you're going off hunting, I'm going after Peter.
Well, I think you should wait
I'm
until
not waiting
Garland...
for Jimmy.
He'll be back before
I'm not
you can
waiting. I put off going to the boat people so you could have your damn meeting. I'm not putting it off any longer.
Then I'll go with you.
What?
Me too.
Jackie?
There's strength in
can't-
numbers.
That's right.
It can't be any worse than what we've already been through.
I really don't
I
think that's
don't
a
see
good
the
idea.
problem. Let's
Jackie.
all go into
Get
the...
all
You
right,
can go
all
off
right,
on a
all
wild
right.
goose.
That's enough. With a wild animal on the loose, we're safer in groups.
Precisely.
You better take the Land Rover.
Thank you.
Now, we'll walk from here and see if we can find a car in Ross. Now, is everybody happy?
Yeah.
Okay.
fine.
All right. Well, I'll have Paul make contact with Garland's people. They need protection while they're gone. Right. Well, we leave at daybreak. So get a good night's sleep, if you can.
Goodbye,
Bye.
and thank you again.
Just be careful out there.
And you.
I'll be fine. I'm with Action, man.
Follow the A44 all the way to Aberystwyth. It's a doddle from here.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. Hope you find him.
Me too.
Here, let me help you with that.
Oh, don't worry, I've got it.
Well, goodbye.
I'm not over the moon about this, you know.
I'll be fine. It'll be months before we need to start worrying. Shouldn't even be telling anyone just yet, just in case.
Well, take care, that's all.
Of course I will. I'll miss you.
I'll miss you too.
Come on, you two.
I better go.
Right.
Bye.
Bye. Got everything?
Think so.
Right. Bye.
All right, ta.
See you.
See you.
Bye. Bye.
Okay, gents, shall we?
After you.
Hello, I'm David Richardson. I'm the producer of Survivors. Series 2 began with a meeting. On the very last day of recording of Series 1, Louise Jameson and Matt Fitton and John Dorney and Ken Bentley and I just got together after the recording, went down the pub and just threw around ideas. At that stage, John was going to be writing episode 1 and he'd suggested the idea of the flood story. We'd obviously opened with a very sort of big biblical apocalyptic story with the plague, and it was nice to open series 2 with another but small scale apocalypse. I mean, the flood really, although it's wreaking havoc across the countryside, it's really a disaster for Jackie and Daniel. It's the thing they have to contend with. And although John wasn't able to see that story through, Ken Bentley, who was already down the series for episode 3, made time in his schedule and took it over.
Hello, I'm Ken Bentley and I wrote Dark Rain and I directed Survivors, Series 2.
What's that?
What?
Can't you hear it?
Hear what?
Water. Running water.
It's raining.
No. Running. Down here. It's coming from over here.
Probably just a gutter overflowing.
It isn't. Look.
What?
Come and look. See? Where's it coming from? Daniel!
We were all quite keen on the idea of starting the box set with a big, epic, biblical flood story, and so I threw my hat in the ring when the space became available. There was a sense of scale about it. I'm always a big fan of contrast, and there's a contrast of scales in that first story, in that it's lots of very tight, small, two-handed scenes, but actually what's going on is massive. There's this enormous storm. It's across a large area of the countryside, and also it sort of fed off the back of really a lot of what we did with the first volume, but which was particularly noticeable in the titles we gave the first 4 episodes. And so even though we haven't themed our episode names in the same way in the second series, it sort of came off the back of that, really. I felt that we needed something biblical.
Ken did some lovely work. He very much reflected a lot of the tone in series 1, actually. He carried through the Jackie and Daniel closed relationship. He'd done a lot of work in looking at the end of series 1 of the TV show and making sure where we picked up married into that perfectly.
It's been over a month since we left Feltham. In that time, in preparation for the journey ahead, we took the opportunity to say our last goodbyes to friends and family. The plan now is to head for the West Country, to leave the memory of Feltham behind us and head for what Jackie hopes, what we both hope, will be quieter and safer country.
Having brought everybody together in the towards the end of the first series into these quite large-scale sequences, we separated everybody back out again, and that's probably more. It's probably better to talk to somebody like Matt about something like that, because my knowledge of the chronology of the series on television isn't as in depth as his is, and I know all of this fits in with the geography of what everybody was doing and where everybody was going, and so that's really how we came up with how to separate all of our characters in the second series, and my job really at the beginning of this second box set was to find a way of bringing everybody back together.
I'm Lucy Fleming and I play Jenny Richards.
Come in.
Addison Garland's not back yet. Oh, hi, Jenny.
Yes?
Well, as you're set on leaving today, the others suggested I go with you.
What?
Well, it's a good opportunity to reach out to another community, see if they'd like to join our network.
Don't you think we could have talked about this first?
Anyway, I figure you could use the company.
I'll be fine.
Well, there's no telling what you'll come across out there or who. No, it's best you have someone with you. We've all decided.
Of course you have.
Well, I'm sorry, did I interrupt something?
No.
Yes.
Well, anyway, I've got to pack. I'll see you in the stables. You should get a move on. Make some ground while it's still light.
Oh, another rat abandons ship.
Come on. Help me pack.
Fine. Well, it was lovely. The first take I did when I came in to do this was just the 3 original ones of us, and it was just lovely to be back together with less mud about. When we were filming the television series, the original one, after the first series, which was lovely, the second one I felt I got a bit stuck at home looking after the children, being a nanny and doing a lot of domestic stuff. And I kept saying to the producer, please can I get out a bit more and get on the horse and have some more adventures rather than just being somebody at home, which was rather boring. And by the third series, they let me do that, which was fun. And again, I've asked if I can get out and have some more adventures and some more challenges, really.
My name is Carolyn Seymour, and I play Abby Grant. Well, aren't you going to say anything?
Such as?
You're going to be a father, Greg.
Look, can we not talk about it?
Clearly. We've been doing that quite well for the last 2 hours. You couldn't have left fast enough once you found out.
We needed to get going. We left too late as it was.
But you could have shown a little enthusiasm, even just for Jenny's sake.
She'll get over it.
Do you have any feelings, Gregory Preston?
It came as a bit of a shock, all right? Yeah, it's not as though you broke it to us gently.
Can't have been that much of a shock. Given what you were getting up to, you must have realised there'd be a chance.
Yes, thank you.
I'm just saying.
I know what you're saying, and I am rather you didn't, okay?
She was one of the best characters I've ever been given to play, so I love her. I mean, I've always loved her, and I think she's a really lovely, strong character. I think that she blends the femininity and the strength together, and I think that she's the perfect role model for feminists and for young women. I think she's an extraordinary human being. I think she was written really beautifully. Hello.
How do?
Are you well?
Can you tell me if you have a Peter Grant on board?
Sorry?
Abby.
Peter Grant.
Abby, slow down. Give the woman a chance.
Everything all right, Leanne?
Fine, don't worry.
I'm looking for my son, Peter. We were told he was staying with some people on a barge in this area. I've come to look for him. Well, I think if she finds him, then there's a slight impetus that's missing. I think that it's quite good that there should be a conflict between the two of them if she ever does. But I like the idea that he's always just out of reach. I don't think they are that much darker. We were faced with some incredible decisions in the original series, and I think it's not that far off here. I mean, the fact that I actively start using the gun is the difference. But I mean, obviously, the extension of the characters in the original series, she would have used a gun too. So, rape was certainly discussed and consequences were brought about by that, and murder. So I don't think them that much darker.
My name is Ian McCulloch, and I play Greg Preston. Where in Crickley?
Greg, you'll kill him!
Where?
Greg, enough! For God's sake, Greg! Greg, stop it! Now!
My character in the original did some really nasty things. I mean, I smothered a child who was, sort of dying, but to sort of prevent a suffering. I mean, I smothered. I mean, everyone just seemed to think it sort of didn't happen. And Carolyn always sort of says about the sort of famous episode of sort of Law and Order, or whatever, how difficult it was to sort of condemn someone to death. I mean, my character actually had to kill him. And then there were other things that he did, which were sort of pretty dark, but sort of glossed over. And this, I mean, because you're so hooked on the language and the words, I mean, just sort of comes on, and it's so much stronger. And I think it's far more effective in that way. On every sort of script we got, I mean, Terry Dudley, the producer, had put various sort of words, which are sort of keys to the, pandemic, and I think the last one on every script was hope. and which was that every storyline, whatever happened in it, had to have a sort of uplift at the end to sort of lead you on to the sort of next episode.
It's been great fun. It's been interesting because obviously some of the stories are different, but the characters are all there, and although we're obviously a little bit older than we were, we're just fitting in together. It feels really well, and having the same kind of relationships. It's a joy to do, actually, and thank you for getting us together.
The great thing about when we were all together for the first time, that is sort of nearly 40 years ago, for the first series of Survivors, it was probably the happiest group of people that I've ever worked with. I mean, there were no fights, no disagreements. We had sort of fun on the set, we had fun off the set. We spent all day sort of working together, and we spent most of the evening sort of going out, having sort of wonderful dinners in great restaurants in the west of England, Gloucestershire and Herefordshire. And it was really a fantastic time, and we've stayed friends, ever since.
Hello, I'm John Banks, and I'm playing Daniel Connor. I've been looking forward to doing this series for, I don't know, the best part of a year, and on day 2 of recording, I get a cold. It's got to be written in somehow, hasn't it? I mean, they'd all have colds, wouldn't they? But we're going to get out of here, okay? Don't know how, and I don't know when, but we're getting out of here. I promise. Yeah, the elements are conspiring against us. That could have been a very nasty end. Having survived the death and finally sort of started to get ourselves together, these sort of random evil people we encounter want to do us in. I did wonder, actually, how we were going to make it sound authentic. I mean, I'm sure, obviously I haven't heard what's going to happen in the sound design, but I did sort of think, it would be quite handy to have a little bowl of water just to put your nose and mouth in and just, emerge to make all those sort of noises. But I think with the amount of electricity that's surging through the studio, that might have been a bad combination.
Hello, I'm Louise Jameson, and I played Jackie in the series of Survivors. God, the things we used to worry about are so insignificant now.
It's not good to be this wet in this sort of weather.
It's liberating.
It's dangerous.
Were you always this boring?
I'm being practical.
I'm being facetious. The relationship has really moved forward, I think, because it looked like a potential love affair at one point, I felt. But they do seem to have slipped into a real brother-sister, almost sniping way of talking to each other, which is you can really only do safely with people that you love, actually. So I really like what's happened to them, how they've jogged on.
You've always gone out of your way to help me. I don't want you to think I don't appreciate it.
I thought I was the last person on earth until I met you. You're my good luck charmer.
I hardly think I'm that.
Just you see.
The original fan base was very, very strong, and the DVDs of the original series still sell pretty well. And then with the new series that they did, I suppose that reinvented it. But it's a topic that everybody is interested in because, I mean, look at today, Ebola. It can happen nowadays, and the actual premise of how people would survive without modern technology. I mean, nowadays it's even worse with all our dependency on computers and communication. I think it doesn't surprise me, but if the quality isn't there, then people won't be so interested. But I think with the scripts you've got and the way they've turned out, I think it's great.
The opening credits on that first series were all about passports, weren't they? And people going from, China to Moscow to Rome, And that, when you look at the news now, and they're sort of talking about what they're doing about Ebola, it is all about that. It's about airports and, people going through controls and sort of getting things sort of stamped. So that sort of comes back, and it's the threat and size of something like that I suppose is horrible. But I mean, we've all been talking about it this morning, about just sort of getting colds from people. I mean, I came down from Scotland in the train, and it was just repulsive. The number of people who were sort of coughing and spluttering, and I just thought, I'm never going to do this again. I'm going to go in my car and close the windows, and sort of, if I can not breathe all the way down, I won't breathe.
The whole series for Big Finish has been a hugely courageous thing to do because it's a departure in so many ways. It's very meaty stuff. It's quite uncompromising. And I know some people thought that the first series was the sort of thing that they could only take in small goes. You know, they had to sort of build up to listening to more than one episode at a time, or perhaps even more than one sort of half-hour episode at a time. This one takes it to a whole new level. I mean, I mentioned briefly at Big Finish Day when we were having our Survivors panel that I thought not only were these scripts absolutely beautifully written, which they are, they just are so easy is the wrong word, but they just, you know, they fit. You can just sense where things are going, and from an acting point of view, the task is made so much easier because they're so well put together. But it does take a shift in many of the characters, actually. It's not just a sort of an isolated thing, but we all find ourselves almost on a Conradian trip into our hearts of darkness. Truly terrible, terrible events occur.
Abby!
Oh, right!
Time! Yes, come on, enter the spirit of the thing.
I spy with my little eye something beginning with B.
Bags.
Ooh, under my eyes.
Don't be daft. Back here.
No.
Branches.
No.
Basket.
Where's a basket?
Me, I'm a basket case.
In the back with the food.
Oh, you can't even see that. Your eyes should be on the road.
Yes, but you can.
Bumps in the road.
Oh, got it. Your go, Jackie.
I spy with my little eyes something beginning with C.
Car.
How did you know?
Too easy, too easy.
You have a go, Jenny.
Okay, I spy something beginning with N.
Nose.
Nope.
Necklace.
Nope.
Stopped.
What is it?
Stop the car.
What's wrong?
Golly, Abby. Oh, God, you nearly gave me a heart attack. What is it?
Call of nature.
Oh, fine, but don't go into the...
It's one weak bladder.
Abby! Oh, she mustn't go into the woods.
I'll go with her. I could do with a P2. Lock the door, Jenny. Hey, Abby, wait for me. We should keep together. Abby, you know the rules. You must have been desperate. I know I'm a newcomer, but rules is rules. We shouldn't run off into the woods on our own. Hey, are you okay?
It's fine. Absolutely fine.
No, you're not. You want to talk about it?
Not really.
Something to do with your son? Okay, none of my business. Let's have a pee and get going.
Peter once gave me a necklace. He bought it at school. He was 7. He brought it back for an Easter fair. It was a pendant. The letter M. For Mummy. It was awful. It was tacky, fake gold, ghastly leather strap. But he gave it.
Shh, hey, come here.
Stupid, isn't it? One word, necklace, and I wanted to scream. I think I'm going slightly mad. Please don't say anything.
Absolutely not. Look at this. Thank you. My daughter's. I use it all the time. It's a link. Look, the letter G embroidered in.
Reduced to this. M for mummy, G for...
Gemma.
Oh, lovely name.
We thought so. Let's have this pee, then we'll head back and get the search for your boy underway.
Geography.
What was that?
Quick! Unlock the door! Let us in! Quick!
Open up, for God's sake.
Well, what on earth was that noise?
I'm not sure. Let's see if it comes again.
Thank goodness! Thank you! Let me in, please! Who are you? Please! What's going on? Men chasing! They'll kill me! Please open the door! Please! What's that noise?
Start the engine.
What?
Just start the engine now!
We don't need that, surely.
Please! Put the gun away, Abby.
First rule, protect your own.
She's a slip of a thing.
People are desperate. It could be a trap.
She needs help. Look at her. Abby!
Oh, okay.
Open the door!
Get in. Quickly, quickly.
Thank you so much, thank you. Put the gun down, Abby, please.
There'll be
Who
an
are you?
accident.
Molly, my name's Molly. I don't know where I
Put
am.
the gun down, Abby. She's obviously terrified.
What are you running from?
Oh, God! Look!
Please, don't point the gun at me. I'm not going to hurt anyone, I promise. I'm very grateful you opened the door. Please, I'm no threat.
Abby! We need to go.
Please, they'll kill me if they get their hands on me.
Abby, what are you doing?
Drive, Jenny.
Go, go, go!
We're going to get you back now! We're going to find you! I'll get you back!
He's been shot!
What are we going to do now? Just go away, then.
Let's go look.
Did I just do that? Was that me? Abby, put the gun away.
Thank you. I'm so grateful.
What happened?
Like everyone, and just trying to make a new life. It didn't work out quite the way I was expecting.
Who were those men?
It's all right. Take a deep breath. You're safe here. We don't need
I
to
ran
know...
as fast as I could. I don't know what they'd have done if they caught me.
Shh. Don't think about them. You're all right now.
What's your name again?
Molly.
Welcome, Molly. We're on our way to West Wales. Abby here
Hello.
Hi.
is looking for her son. We believe he's headed for the coast near Aberystwyth.
Want to come along for the ride?
Sure. Not much in the diary for the next couple of days.
I'm Jenny. This is Jackie.
Here, put this blanket round you.
Get some rest.
Thank you.
We'll stop as soon as we can. I want to get a safe distance between us and them first, though. That should do it. The mileometer's broken, but we must have done at least 80 miles since...
Look, a river, just over the ridge. Park up.
Good idea. I think the baby's using my bladder as a trampoline. I need to find a bush.
You're pregnant?
Oh, yes.
How far gone?
Nearly 3 months, I think.
Wow, you're hardly showing.
Really? To me, it looks like I've just swallowed a football. That's supposed to mean it's a boy.
Is that gun really necessary, Abby?
After what we've just been through?
But there's nothing here. A stream, fresh air. For the first time in a long time, some genuine peace and... What the...
Abby?
Got it.
It was a lamb. Just a lamb.
Do you see mama sheep anywhere? Chances of survival?
0.
I suppose.
Since we're here, anyone mind if I have a bath in that stream?
Fine with me.
Wait up, Abby, I'll help you.
Uh-oh. We better be quick. You can't stay in those dirty old clothes. I'll find you a coat or something. Strip off and dive in. I might even join you. Sacrificial lamb.
It's freezing. Come on, Jenny, I dare you.
On my way. Here, what about this old dressing gown? It'll keep you warm when you...
Jenny!
Oh,
are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. Seems as if I'm paddling before the shoes have come off. Sorry. Oh, at least the dressing gown is still dry. Oh, you're right, it's freezing. I think I'll pass on the swim. Oh, grab your skirt.
Oh, leave it, I'm not bothered about it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You say sorry a lot.
Do I? Oh.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just my back. Bruised it a bit on my over-enthusiastic descent.
Let me help you. Here, sit down away from the edge.
Thank you.
Oh, here's a stick. We can sling it under that and let it hang, like in the movies. Oh, a knife too. You're travelling with a regular arsenal.
Can't be too careful.
What are you doing?
I need to get the shot out.
Is that what you have to do?
No idea. I'm new to this hunter-gatherer business. I just used to produce splendid dinner party dishes from cuts purchased from our very fine butcher. None of this... Thanks, Jackie.
For what?
Earlier.
Don't be daft.
I mean it. Sometimes I think it would be better if Peter were dead.
Don't ever say that. If I thought there was the slightest chance I could hold my children again, or hear them laugh, or shout at me because they don't want to do their homework, or give me a necklace, I would trade everything for that. Everything. Peter is alive, living in this world, surviving.
I don't know that.
You have to know that. Hold on to that. For as long as there's the slightest possibility that his heart is beating, don't ever wish him dead, Abby.
I hear you.
Do you know what happened? Does anyone know? I used to be scared of the bomb, but this...
I know. This might be even worse than an atom bomb. Craig said it was the same in Europe.
Greg?
He's my baby's father. It could be worldwide. Don't know what kind of future I can offer my little football club. Oh, we should take cover.
You okay?
Yeah, don't worry. A bit bruised, that's all. How are you feeling?
The cleanest I have in weeks, months, years even. Nice dressing gown. Give me those clothes, I'll carry them for now.
Next time we stop for a little longer, we can give them a good wash.
It's very kind of you, but I think they might be past it.
Oh, I think I know how they feel.
Are you okay to drive?
Why? Can you?
I'll drive. You've done enough miles. You're right, Jen.
Yes, she took a tumble. Not much room among all our things. Thank God for the tarpaulin. It'll keep the blood off everything.
Don't use that. What are we going to sleep under?
With any luck, we'll find the women's camp before it's completely dark. It can't be more than 2 hours away, 3 at the most. But if we don't...
We can sleep in the car tonight. Better to eat, eh?
The women's camp on the coast.
You know the place?
No, but the ones chasing me, they said they'd heard of it. They used to make jokes, said they were lesbians in woolly hats.
Come on, Jen. I'll make the back seat comfy for you.
Well, that's where we're going. We met some people on the river who said a young lad who'd stayed with them was being taken there. The boy's description matched my son.
At least he's with someone.
Yes. It seems he teamed up with an older man, a hippie type, long hair, boat dweller. We used to holiday near Aberystwyth in another life. It's tenuous, but better than nothing.
Let's go, ladies. Got the keys, Jenny?
Yeah, in the ignition.
Oh, you should never leave them there.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I really could do with a lie down.
Have a rest. All of you. Been quite a day.
Shh, shh, shh.
The others are sleeping.
Where are we?
Nearly there, I think. This should be Aberystwyth.
It's like a ghost town. What's that?
Where?
Turn the lights off and the engine. Let's just drift down the hill. There, see? Oh my God. No, don't stop. Keep rolling down the hill. Shh. Wait, Jenny.
That was extraordinary.
They must be everywhere.
Are they following?
I think you're the Pied Piper, huh?
Terrifying.
Now start up again, Jackie. Let's see if we can find this camp. Turn right here. If I remember rightly, this sweeps round to the top. We'll get a better view of the coastline.
Wake up, Jenny. I think we're here.
How long did we all sleep?
A couple of hours. Blessed relief to have a bit of silence. It was only a joke.
It isn't for you.
Do we really need to take
Yes, Jackie, we do. Jenny.
What?
Come on, sleepyhead, we're here.
Oh, goodness, it's dark. Where are we?
Aberystwyth.
Women's camp, I think. Down there. Oh, listen.
Beautiful letters.
Let's go.
Wait! We'll come with you. Jenny. Jenny, you gonna be...
Yeah, fine.
I'll stay with her.
Go and take a look. Let's hope we're in the right place.
Come on!
Coming! Lock the doors, you two. Wait, Abby! I've got you a jacket. Here, put this on. Thanks. Looks inviting, doesn't it? That bonfire. Like an advert or something.
Finding lost sons, maybe?
Fingers crossed.
I really used to enjoy that with the films that I know. No, I don't.
Keep walking. Slowly towards us.
Only two of us. We're looking for a women's camp. Have we come to the right place?
Depends who's asking.
I'm Abby. Abby Grant.
And I'm Jackie Birchall. There are two more, up the hill in the Land Rover.
I didn't need to know that.
Won't do any harm to let them think there's a bit of black art.
Men or women?
Women! We're all women!
Then welcome. You've come to the right place.
We've been travelling for hours. Any chance?
I see you've brought a gun.
Just a precaution.
Jane, take it from her.
You won't be needing that here, honestly.
Well,
Really, we're a peace-loving bunch. You're safe.
you're asking us to make a great leap of faith.
Yes. As are you. Of us. But look around. No guns, no men, no aggro.
No men? At all?
That's right. Say hi, everyone. 4 fellow survivors, women all.
Hi. How do you do? Well,
Come on down. Have you eaten with some fish? Please, give me the gun. When you decide to go, you can have it back.
Go on, Abby. We'll be okay.
Yeah, thanks.
This is Jane. I'm Charlotte.
We'll fetch our friends. Join you in a minute. Jenny, she's pregnant. Took a bit of a tumble earlier.
She needs a comfy place to rest. Can you help?
Absolutely.
Go and fetch them. See you in a sec. What do you think?
Seem nice enough. Bit cautious.
Yeah. You don't know what they've been through, though. Everyone's got a story. Pregnant, What if...
Don't worry about that now. Come on, let's sort this Jenny a bed for the night. Some food for them all.
Best food ever. Ever.
Fresh fish every day, you see.
Luxury.
Indeed.
Is that your boat down there, your fishing boat?
Yes, we acquired it about a month ago. A young lad was left in charge of it. I think they'd come down from another settlement about 6 miles up the coast. The man he was with was, I don't know, sleeping or something. Anyway, he wasn't there and the kid bunked off. Stopped paying attention. Went skimming stones on the sea. So, like I say, we acquired it.
But the boy, it might have been all they had. How are they going to forage now? Couldn't you have worked together? Did you have to steal it?
In case you hadn't noticed, we are a male-free zone, and we're male-free for a reason, Abby. Anyway, like I said, there are people along the coast. I'm sure they'll have other boats. They'll be okay.
Tell us your stories. Why are you 4 women alone?
There were 3 of us to start with. We found another on the way. Abby
We're
here
part
is...
of a group, a mixed group, and we've been sent out to do a reconnoitre, looking for others who might want to join forces and so on.
And so on. And who sent you? Some bloke, I suspect? Molly, you're very quiet. What's your story?
You don't have to say anything, Molly.
No, it's okay. I was running away.
From?
A group of guys. These ladies, well, they rescued me, really. After everyone died, I was walking. What else could I do? I met a lad. He seemed kind, caring. Took me to their little camp. Befriended me, won my trust. Within 3 weeks, I was... well, just to feel the human contact, you know. Some arms around me.
I understand.
Oh, I miss that.
It didn't last long. Another 3 weeks and I was being passed around. Beaten if I didn't comply. Once he'd had his fill, I was up for grabs, literally. They'd found a stash of whiskey and decided to have a party. 2 pinned me down and the rest... I couldn't stand anymore. I kicked out, got one of them directly where it hurts. Bullseye, you might say. They're animals. I'd become a kind of plaything for them. Like I'd stopped being a real person, just there for the using.
This is it, you see.
Oh, you're okay now. Shh.
Exactly my point. And it's not only the men who are aggressive. Whenever there's testosterone around, everything shifts.
But not always in a negative way. How do you expect to survive without...
The energy, the decision-making, everything becomes confrontational, has to be voted on, or arguments have to be won, fights ensue. Nothing is done by debate, by an intelligent process of rational thinking, of considering the whole, the best.
Enough already. They don't want a political lecture the second they arrive. Come on, you must be exhausted. Let's find you a decent bed for the night. Dirty plates over there.
But we were just getting going.
Give him a break, Charlie. Here, Jenny, let me take your plate.
No, it's okay. I can manage.
Come with me, Jenny. Let's get you to the medicine caravan. Come on, kid. Easy does it. Bed rest for you. No, leave your bag. Molly, can you carry that?
Of course.
Don't you lift a thing.
You should go with her.
No need. She'll be fine. Joan is brilliant. Had some training before. She's in really safe hands, I promise.
Will someone bring me a sweet drink, please? Tea with honey and medicine caravan now.
I'm on it.
I'll boil some water for you. Over here.
Jackie, isn't it?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Thank you for taking us in, looking after Jenny.
We're always on the lookout for new recruits, women we think would blend with us. What happened was, of course, dreadful, unbearable, but it gives us the chance to start over, to get the balance of power straight. And starting with women only...
So this is temporary?
Temporary.
No men?
We'll see. One day at a time. I believe we'll get it right this time.
The boy.
Boy?
The boy with the boat. Can you describe him?
Why?
I'm just curious, that's all. I think we may have come across them too.
Blonde hair, about so big, lanky, probably around, 13, maybe 14.
But he was with an older man, you say?
Yeah. Hippie-ish, really long hair, almost to his waist. Thought he was a huge woman at first, from a distance. Could have been a kind of sugar daddy friend, for all I know. An older man, anyway. Does that sound like the people...
I'm going to sleep in the same caravan with Jenny, if that's okay with everyone. I feel a bit responsible.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, Molly. But it's good you'll be with her. Where should Jackie and I go?
Our guest wing. Diagonally opposite. That caravan over there.
See you in a minute, Molly. I'll take our bags and come collect Jackie.
What's that you've got there, Molly?
My clothes, from when? From before.
Nicely done. We'll find you some more. Lots of hand-me-downs here. You've had a tough time.
Yes.
Might you consider staying?
Well...
You don't have to answer right away. Take a really good look around over the next few days. I think you'll like us. Good work. We need younger women here, women who can carry on with the vision of same-sex communities. And if we stick together, we're protected. Above all, you're safe here. Think about it.
Yes, I shall think about it. Very seriously.
Comfortable?
I am, actually. Clean, warm. I can't thank you enough.
Tea. Sweet tea.
That's what we're here for. I was a nurse, just doing what comes naturally.
Well, aren't we the lucky ones?
Bags here, Molly. If there's a problem in the night, turn left. We're 2 caravans away.
Thanks.
Night all. Sleep tight.
Night.
Good night. You couldn't have been kinder. Thank you.
See you in the morning, Abby.
What do you think?
Good for me.
And me.
Something here makes me uneasy. No men. I mean, how are they going to continue to survive? Like it or not, we have to have children.
I don't mind if I never see another man again.
You don't mean that.
I do.
You'll think differently after a while, I'm sure.
Well, I don't know about anyone else, but I'm completely exhausted. Let's get settled in that east wing. Come on, Jackie.
Night all. I hope you feel better, Jenny.
Don't get up in the morning. We'll come to you.
Sleep well, Jenny.
And you.
And thanks again for the rescue.
You're welcome. Good night.
Night.
Morning.
Morning, Abby. Did you sleep?
Not much. Sound of the sea. Not used to it. Jackie?
Mm?
What if this older man isn't the friendly father figure? What if Peter's been abducted, like Molly being...
Ooh, we don't even know if it is Peter yet.
I know.
Why didn't you want Charlotte to know you were looking for your son?
Instinct. Well, I don't know. He's a boy, after all, and what is a boy but a man in the making? It'd be too ironic if, by finding him here, I end up putting him in some sort of danger.
You don't think this might be an overactive imagination at work?
Well, something held me back.
You don't like them?
Oh, no, I like them all right. It's not sure I share the politics, but something feels unnatural. It's weird.
Morning all. Fresh fish awaiting.
How's Jenny?
Okay. Made her stay in bed.
Quite right.
Has she eaten?
Not yet.
I'll sort that.
Morning, sleepyhead.
Great you slept in. All good?
Yes, thanks.
I'll take some food over for Jenny. Oh, this looks amazing.
We'll do supper for you. Got a lamb in the back of the car. Might as well use it up. Unless you have a fridge freezer on offer.
Well, actually, you can keep stuff in our vats on the boat. We use the sea salt. Helps preserve.
How brilliantly efficient. I'll take it down then. Where are the keys, Jackie?
Oh, Lord. I left
Oh,
them...
don't tell me. In the ignition?
Naughty, naughty.
Oh.
You're in trouble. Here's Jenny's feast.
Thanks. Any more thoughts, Molly? Now you've slept on it?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I'll stop. I'll stay if you'll have me.
Fabulous news.
Oh, brilliant. Welcome. Hey, everyone. Molly's joining us permanently.
Crack open the champagne, eh?
Oh, we might even do that. You'd be surprised what we have stashed away.
Jane, come quickly, it's Jenny. There's blood.
Oh, God, don't let me lose this baby. Please don't let me lose this child.
Boil some water. Bring it as soon as you can. Okay, what's going on here then?
Cramps. Oh, save this baby for me. Oh, don't let me lose it.
We'll do all we can. Take a deep breath. That's it. Good girl. Jackie, move out of me light.
Sorry.
Chase up that water, would you?
Absolutely.
That's it. Deep breath in. Slowly out. Now, let's have a look here, see what's what.
Oh. What is it? What's wrong? Am I going to lose him?
Him?
Him? Her? Does it matter? Please.
Just relax, Jenny. It's going to be all right.
Here we are. Water at the ready.
We'll get you cleaned up. Easy does it. Jackie, get away from the lights.
Sorry.
Under that bunk. Pads, clean sheets, a baggy shirt. Get them ready. Now then, Missy. You might just need a little stitch here.
Oh, what?
There's a chance, it's a very remote one, that you'll have a prem baby.
Prem?
Premature. A cervical stitch will keep baby in place until it's time. Would you be prepared for me to do this?
Will it save the baby?
It gives you a much better chance.
Do it.
We don't have anaesthetic.
What? Of course you don't.
You still want it? It's a really minor procedure.
Go ahead.
No time like the present.
How are we doing in here?
Just fine. Wait outside, it won't be long. That's right, sweetheart. Legs up.
Scary, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, Lord. Here they come.
Is it rats? We saw them on the way here.
Food! Undercover! Now! Work to be done. Thanks, Ivy. I'll take that. Give everyone a spade, fork, whatever you can grab. Alison! The girls! Take them inside, now! Stick with me, Molly. Got you, and you! Here, use this spade. Imagine that mob you were running away from yesterday!
This is hideous! Oh my God, the lamb! Abby! She's down at the shore!
This way!
Let it go, Abby! Let them have the meat! It's not worth it!
Don't be stupid, Abby! They'll infect it! They'll infect you if you just stand there!
Throw it away! Throw it! Sacrifice the bloody lamb!
Run! Now!
Oh, look at that!
Wait! None of the kids are occupied. Come on, let's check over the boat.
What on earth is going on?
Well, nothing for you to worry about. They've done this before.
Who have what?
Rats. There. Now then, the stitch needs to be removed before you go into labour. Don't worry. Taking it out is even easier than putting it in.
Oh, will it really be all right?
For now, your babe is safely tucked in. Unless, of course, you're planning on some rampant sex within the next 5 months.
Oh, right now I'm not planning on it ever again.
That's it? All done?
Yeah, simple procedure. You'll need to watch for any sign of bleeding or discharge. Make sure you keep it really clean. Bathe with this.
Iodine.
And we'll promise to keep the rats away.
Oh, yuck.
Double yuck.
They come like a great swarm and eat us out of house and home. Someone will have shut the girls away in the emergency caravan.
Emergency caravan?
We're very exposed here, so if there is any kind of threat, those most at risk get taken there. The kids know where to run straight away. There's food, a false floor, and so on.
You're very well organised.
We certainly are. The women here have been through it. Legs down, Jenny. Yeah, easy does it. You know yourselves, our gender has made us vulnerable. Most of us have been fleeing violence, not just the illness. You remember what it was like to walk down a street at night and hear a footfall on the pavement behind you, even before the virus? We're alert, ready to be attacked. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
Jackie?
I guess. Although where we lived was very peaceful.
Remote.
A bit.
And you were never scared. Honestly. You can sit up now, Jenny, if you want. Easy, does it?
Very occasionally.
We don't have that here. There's safety in our numbers. You heard laughter, singing, food, no threat. I mean, it's not idyllic, obviously, but weirdly, I've never been happier. Now then, how's that?
Tender.
I think you're going to be okay, you know. But it's imperative you have bed rest and move as little as possible over the next 3 days. I'm serious, really serious. As little movement as possible. Right then. We'll go and see what havoc that rat pack has wreaked.
No damage. Hurrah! That's why it's best to store everything on the boat. The rats seem to have spared us this time. Maybe your lamb satisfied them.
Could have been a blessing in disguise.
Oh, yes. Many strange things have evolved out of this disaster.
All safe here. Camp's calming down.
How's Jenny?
It'll be okay, I think. But she can't have any excitement or too much running around and absolutely no lifting anything.
Okay to go and see her?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Right. Better raid the champagne, eh, Molly?
I don't believe it. You really do have some.
Oh, special occasions only. This is the one, don't you think? A whole new life.
You women are extraordinary, you know. You'd think under these circumstances the last thing you'd want is to bring a life into this world, wouldn't you? That logically...
Woo!
Oh, quick, grab a mug, Charlie.
Here. You were saying?
You'd think she'd almost want a miscarriage, but it's as if her whole life depends on bringing this one into the world. A mother's instinct never ceases to amaze me.
Mother's courage.
Still, what if it is a boy?
Meaning?
Not now.
No, it's got to be faced, Jane. And Molly is one of us now. What if it is a boy? We can't have any males in the camp. Cute babies grow up to be testosterone nightmares.
Not all of them. They don't. I'm not arguing their case, Lord knows, but a baby...
A baby is a boy or a baby is a girl. And if it's a boy, I say we tell her he's stillborn and we did all we could.
You mean...
I really like Jenny. I think she has great potential as part of the group.
But not with a son in tow.
What do you think, Molly?
What do you think of Abby and Jackie?
Not too sure, to be honest. Can't quite believe they're team players. Early days yet. Hey, but it's great our reputation has spread and people now seek us out. So, a toast. Here's to the women's camp.
The women's camp.
And here's to you, Molly, our newest and most promising recruit. It's a real pleasure to have you aboard.
You'll be all right here, Molly. Safe.
I know.
My, you're looking better.
Yes, I feel it.
We thought it best to let you sleep.
Have I been out long?
The whole day?
No. Really?
We've been looking around the camp. I admit they've some good ideas here. We can take a few back with us. You want to sit up?
I'll stay with you tonight. Give Molly a break.
I'm terribly grateful to you all. The magic touch of Nurse Jane. She's terrific, you know, very calming. They've been kind here, haven't they?
Not so sure about the other one.
I know what you mean.
All this caring, sharing stuff, as long as she's calling the shots. Don't you agree?
Not sure I do. This might just be the best place to bring up a child, you know. At least to begin with. Greg was anything but enthusiastic. How much support am I going to get from him?
You think you'll stay?
Well, maybe. Probably not. But anything is possible.
If you're worried, didn't you say you had your own doctor at the Grange?
Ruth, she's a student, but she's had to learn fast.
I know. I trust Ruth with my life. It's not that, it's just... if I don't have a future with Greg...
Has he said he doesn't want to be involved?
Not in so many words.
A world completely without men? Think very carefully, Jenny.
Oh, I'm just being hormonal, trying to punish Greg for not leaping about like some knight in shining armour.
Now there's an image.
There are plenty of societies that exclude their men the second the woman goes into labour.
Oh, yes. What's that tribe that ties up the men's testicles and pulls on the rope when they have a labour pain?
Oh, that can't be true.
No, honestly, where did I read it? Can you imagine? Oh, I like men. I miss men.
Night, Molly. Need anything?
No thanks, you're all right.
Sleep tight.
Abby, how's she doing?
Surprisingly well, actually. Seriously thinking about staying on for a while.
Really? Me too.
What?
I'm staying. Permanently.
Are you sure? It all seems so radical.
Yes. I'm safe here.
But you'd be safe in the Grange too. As safe as anywhere is.
I wouldn't. There are men.
But that's part of the safety. You've just had the most awful of experiences. You can't make a clear judgment at this point in time. Water?
No, thanks.
They have a lovely setup here, no question. And the children, the girls are getting schooled and cared for. But my, it's tough enough without excluding men. And what if Jenny has a son? What then?
Tell me about your boy.
I don't know where to start. I feel guilty.
Guilty?
Packed off to boarding school. Money no object. Nannies. I didn't even breastfeed. You hear mothers talk about the smell of their newborn. The touch of smooth skin, a desire to bite their bums. I had none of that. I can hardly remember how he looked. All those maternal feelings that should have been there 10 years ago. Only now do I have this visceral urge to stand between him and danger. I knew he was unhappy at school, but did I lift a finger to go and fetch him home?
Did you?
I told myself it was for his future. He'd obtain the best education that money could buy. He'd have no worries. No worries.
You can't blame yourself.
He might still be with me if I'd listened. Blow out the candle, will you?
Ah, there you are.
Here I am. The rain should help clean up after the rats. Oh, you've still got champagne? Oh, goody.
Cheers. We can't let it go to waste. She's a real find, isn't she? Oh, Molly.
Yeah, actually. Quite a tough cookie, I suspect.
Makes me feel more maternal than anything. She must be, what, late 20s? It's like having a pubescent child around. I think she'll love it here.
I'm not sure you should have said all that about Jenny's baby so openly.
Well, she has to understand the ethics if she's to live here.
Yeah, I suppose so. Oh, what a day.
Yes, what a day.
Abby? Abby, you awake? Abby?
Oh, what?
Nothing, don't worry. Sorry.
Where are you? Molly! Oh, for heaven's sake. Where is she? Stupid girl. Molly! Molly, wait for me. What is it?
Wow, do you hear that?
Is the Pope Catholic?
What are you doing? Looking? I love thunderstorms. Do you think the girls will be okay?
Oh, Alison's with them tonight. They'll be fine. Go back to bed.
Oh my God!
What?
Isn't that Molly? Look, running across the yard. There.
It's hard to tell. Yes. Yes, it is Molly. Look. Someone else.
Abby.
What are they up to?
Do you think Jenny's okay?
Well, they'd come for you if there's a problem.
Should I go and see?
No. No. Leave them be.
Jenny, wake up. Sorry, I have to tell you.
Oh, you're soaking. What is it? What is it, Molly? Calm down.
Shut the door, for God's sake. What is it? What on earth is going on?
She just dashed out of the caravan, ran over here. I thought it must be something really urgent, so I followed.
It is something really urgent. Your baby.
Yes?
If it's a boy, they're going to...
What?
What, Molly?
They're going to tell you it's a stillbirth. What? They like you. They want you to stay.
But they don't like my baby? Oh, what? I can't stay here. No, don't move, Jen. Let's stop. Let's just think for a moment. They're going to murder my baby. Nobody's getting murdered for at least 5 months. Now just sit and breathe.
No excitement. Bed rest. That's what Jane said.
So then they can smother him when he arrives? That's mad. It's terrifying.
How long have you known this, Molly?
Just this afternoon. I wasn't going to say anything, but then you talked about Peter and it felt wrong to keep quiet.
Peter. Oh, it's my only lead. Oh, God.
You mean you want to stay here?
Well, check out that other community at least. 6 miles up the coast. It's only 6 miles.
Jenny needs to rest, not charge about whales on a wild goose chase. What exactly do you have to go on?
Oh, it's not your son.
No, it's not. It never will be. Calmly now. What exactly do you know?
A tall, blonde boy called Peter has been sighted, but...
Yes?
But he's 13 or 14.
And Peter is...
11. Just...
So... Abby?
Oh, but he could have changed. Matured. They do at that age. No one's sure about the name. You're right. We'll go.
I'm sorry, Abby.
My vote is we leave at dawn. This storm's blowing over. If it's died down by first light, then we make our excuses and leave.
I'm not sure we should even do that. Make our excuses, I mean. They're not quite sane. There's a piece of logic missing in Charlotte's mind. My vote is for just tiptoeing away as soon as possible.
Jenny?
Yes, I agree. The sooner the better.
Not in this weather. If we're protecting your baby, then you have to keep as still as possible for as long as possible. We'll make you a bed on the back seat and leave when the weather calms. Molly?
Yes?
With us?
No.
Really?
This is the right place for me. For now.
You can't stay, Molly. Charlotte's just... she's not right. She's obsessive.
Molly's a grown woman, Abby. You'll not say we're going. Give us as long as possible to get away. Make up some excuse.
Of course.
You know we want you to come with us, don't you?
Here is better for me for now.
Okay, that's decided.
Check the weather at sunrise. Sounds like it's heading inland. I'll go and make up the back seat now.
Let me do that.
Thanks. We'll miss you, Molly. Been short but sweet. There's blankets under that bunk.
Leave it with me.
Okay, Jenny. Not so bad.
Got everything?
Remember the ID?
Yep. Had to leave the gun, unfortunately.
Car keys, please, Abby.
They're there.
Where?
In the ignition.
You never left them.
They're not here.
They are I was carrying the lamb. Then the rats... Oh, Molly, did you take them to make up the bed?
Don't look at me. It was open.
They must be here somewhere. Is this what you're looking for?
Oh, what?
We thought there was too much coming and going in the night, so we took your car keys. Just for safekeeping.
Give me those keys.
Molly, Jenny, we hoped you might think differently.
Why would you leave like this? So sneakily? Not even a farewell?
You talking yesterday. What you might do to Jenny's baby if it's a boy. I told them.
Oh, it was only a discussion. Nothing definite. No decisions taken.
It's not for you to decide. This is my child growing in my body. No one is making any decisions about it but me.
You don't have to do this alone.
A child, a baby, weak and helpless, a blank canvas, totally dependent on me to protect him, it. My responsibility. I can't risk losing it. I couldn't bear it, especially now.
It may well not be necessary if you have a girl.
If necessary. And what if it's a boy?
Well, we could make that decision when we came to it.
And what exactly does that mean?
The immediate problem is Molly. You're perfect for our group. Your experiences have been unspeakable, awful. Here you're safe. No men to frighten you.
I know.
Our survival hinges on our ability to trust each other.
And you think debating whether a newborn is to be murdered or not is trustworthy?
If we can't trust women, who can we trust?
But that's just it. We're living in a war zone and getting caught in the crossfire. Cohabiting with the enemy, cooperation becomes a condition of survival.
So what happens when men sweep through this camp? Like those rats? Those men that raped Molly? You'll need more than a garden spade to keep them at bay.
Men don't just attack, they protect too. And for the survival of us all, we need babies.
It's not women who have to cooperate with men, it's people who have to cooperate with people.
I'm looking for my son. My son. How can I possibly rely on you to help? You'd shoot him as soon as look at him.
Ah, hence the interest in the boy on the boat.
No, that's not true. We wouldn't have him live here, but we wouldn't murder him.
But you'd murder Jenny's baby?
Where's the logic?
We have to keep this camp exclusive.
Sisterhood is very powerful.
So is motherhood. I'm sorry, Charlotte. Jane, thank you for helping to save this unborn child, and all your kindness is up to this point. But I'm not prepared to wait to see if it's a daughter or not. It would be like living with the sword of Damocles over my belly. Come on, let's go.
Keys, please, Charlotte.
Oh!
The discussion isn't finished yet.
What are you doing?
Put that thing down.
No, Charlotte, let them leave.
Molly, what do you have to say?
Stop this.
She's been through enough, for God's sake. What are you thinking?
Charlotte.
Shut up! Molly, answer, please.
I thought I'd found somewhere to rest. People who could help me build a new life, recover. Instead, I have a gun pointing at me. Do you really think that this could persuade me to stay with you? You're behaving in exactly the way you decry, emulating men, ruling by bullying. Go ahead, pull the trigger, seriously. I'd rather die here and now than live with the likes of you.
She's my Charlie.
That's mine, I believe. And the keys. Thank you. Well, that wasn't too successful, was it?
I don't know. We've got Molly on board.
True, though you might live to regret it.
You'll like the Grange, I think, despite the men. Or maybe in the fullness of time, because of the men.
How are you doing, Jenny?
All right. And maybe the baby would have been lost without Jane's intervention.
Still, straight to bed rest for you when we get back.
I know.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
What?
The last few days. Rats, guns,
Births, deaths.
And all that's in between.
Just a normal day at the mill, then. There once were 4 women most jolly. Come on, you lot, play the game. There once were 4 women most jolly. Abby, your turn.
No, for heaven's sake. Jenny and Abby and Jackie and Molly.
Jenny?
Like 4 musketeers.
They coped with their fears.
And triumphed against all adversity.
Yay! Stop! Stop the car!
Need a pee?
No, look! There! Stop now! Turn the engine off.
All right.
Everyone, quiet.
I'm going to be sick.
Oh, not now, Molly.
Seriously. Sorry, bad timing. Sorry.
I'll stay with her. You go and see what that van is all about. Abby, I think you should take your gun this time.
Come on, Jackie. Lock yourselves in.
Here we go again.
Quiet, for heaven's sake.
Sorry. The door's open. Hey, look. Lower the gun, Abby. We know him.
We do.
It's Daniel. Look.
Oh my God, Daniel.
Can you hear me? Daniel? Hello? Oh, look at his hair.
Your hanky.
Don't be stupid, it doesn't matter. Turn the engine off.
I'll get something to stop the bleeding.
Hurry. I think you've been here all night. All right, sweetheart, all right. We'll take you home. Don't try and talk now. You're safe. You're with us. Plenty of time to let us know what happened. Let's just get you safely home. Shush, 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 shush. Quietly now. Courage, my love. Courage.
Episode 2, Mother's Courage. Yeah, Louise Jameson was very keen to write for us. She'd co-written The Abandoned, a Doctor Who story, 3rd series of the 4th Doctor adventures, and I was keen for Lou to write something on her own, to find her own voice as a writer. And I think she does something beautifully. What was interesting is we suggested Aberystwyth. I go on holiday to Aberystwyth quite a lot. Louise quite often comes with me most years, and it's somewhere we both know. So it was nice to have sort of that as a backdrop for this story.
And where in Wales?
Aberystwyth.
We used to go there when Peter was a boy.
Said he'd heard about some sort of settlement there. Said it was run by women. New Age, he called it. Can't think of anything worse.
I suggested during the planning meeting for Series 2 that we split up episodes 2 and 3 so that they took place in the same time frame. But in episode 2 we had all our female characters, and in episode 3 we had all our male characters, and also as a nice parallel, all the guest stars in episode 2 are all female, and in episode 3 they're all male. There's you'll hear little parallels in the sound design, little rumblings of thunder in the background that sort of marry up the time frames of the 2 stories. Yeah, it's been an interesting experiment actually. It just meant because the cast of Survivors is actually quite a large ensemble now, and it's growing because we're adding more characters. It just allowed us to break it down a bit and give everybody a bit more screen time.
Hello, I'm Louise Jameson, and I wrote episode 2, series 2 of The Survivors called Mother's Courage.
With any luck, we'll find the women's camp before it's completely dark. It can't be more than 2 hours away, 3 at the most. But if we don't...
We can sleep in the car tonight. Better to eat, eh?
The women's camp on the coast.
You know the place?
No, but the ones chasing me, they said they'd heard of it. They used to make jokes, said they were lesbians in woolly hats.
Come on, Jen. I'll make the back seat comfy for you. A found the initial process very daunting. It was like looking up Mount Everest, thinking, am I ever going to get to the top? Matt Fitton was absolutely fantastic and tactful and gentle. And I don't know how many notes he was feeding back, but they all appeared to come from him. So I felt I just had one pair of eyes. I didn't feel I was being too overlooked or studied. He was incredibly helpful on structure, because it's quite a challenging one, because you didn't want to have a B story going on, as it were. I couldn't do any cutaways until the women actually reached the camp. So the first half of it was really very challenging in order to get variations in time and pace and mood. Find different devices of splitting the 4 women up into 2 and yet still progressing the plot. So, all these kind of technical problems. It's all very well having the initial idea, which is, fabulous, and then to be able to get all my kind of women's stuff in there, which is great, because most of the characters at some point get to state quite vociferously their point of view. I found all that bit quite easy, all the emotional stuff. But the sort of technical side of getting a story arc done in an energetic way, I found quite difficult.
Louise introduced Molly, a character she'd created, and we really took to Molly, actually. So we carried her on through the stories, and she has a very big involvement in episode 4 as well. And it's just interesting to give Louise that kind of arena to play in, because of course she'd worked on Tenko on telly. She was one of the lead stars in Tenko, so it just meant that she was used to an all-female ensemble, and I think she did some lovely work on this. She really gave it a very different tone. Even it's very authentic to Survivors, but it still has its own distinct tone, and yet I could imagine it being a TV episode.
I'm Fiona Sheehan and I play Molly.
Abby!
Oh, okay.
Open the door! Get in! Quickly!
Thank you so much, thank you.
Go down, Abby, please! There'll be
Who
an
are
accident!
Molly, my name's Molly. I don't know where I am.
Put the gun down, Abby. She's obviously terrified.
What are you running from?
Oh, God! Look!
Please, don't point the gun at me. I'm not going to hurt anyone, I promise. I'm very grateful you opened the door. Please, I'm no threat.
Abby! You need to go.
Please, they'll kill me if they get their hands on me.
Abby, what are you doing?
Drive, Jenny.
Go!
It's lovely to do something so completely different from the other things I've done so far with Big Finish, which have been much more light and exciting Doctor Who episodes and the Avengers, and this is on a completely different tack. What's happened to my character is obviously dreadful, and so it's been a real challenge acting, playing Molly.
I just think this whole question of women, when the structure of society breaks down, because money's become the god, strength used to be the god, who had the biggest muscles used to be the god, now money has become the god. Women are coming into their own because that's more to do with brain power. But if society broke down, how quickly it would revert to, well, we've seen it, haven't we, with all the war that's going on all over the world, how quickly it would revert to men going, I'm stronger than you, I'm better than you, I can use you like some kind of plaything. And, poor Molly's story is very, very dark, and we've still kept some of that back.
I met a lad. He seemed kind, caring, took me to their little camp, befriended me, won my trust. Within 3 weeks I was, just to feel the human contact, some arms around me.
I understand.
Oh, I miss that.
It didn't last long. Another 3 weeks and I was being passed around, beaten if I didn't comply. Once he'd had his fill, I was up for grabs, literally. It's a really well-told story, really well-written by Louise, and it's nice as an actor to be able to play those different sorts of parts and to really get under the skin of a character that's been through such huge and awful experiences. So yes, I'm lucky to be able to play her.
My name is Rachel Atkins and I'm playing Charlotte. It's great fun playing with lots of women for a change, actually. It's a really lovely script, really lovely.
Thanks, Ivy. I'll take that. Give everyone a spade, fork, whatever you can grab. Alison, the girls, take them inside now.
Stick with
be, Molly.
Stop you and you! Here, use this spade. Imagine it's that mob you were running away from yesterday!
Life's not big, sort of one big happy, fluffy thing. We have to go dark. And often darkness is approached through humour. I'm very much in for that, actually. You can say much darker things if you give it a comic slant. I'm not saying this is, but I think you can get away with a lot more. And often men are better at it than women, or there's more opportunity for men to do that. But actually, this is really good.
I'm not arguing their case, Lord knows, but a baby.
A baby is a boy or a baby is a girl, and if it's a boy, I say we tell her he's stillborn, and we did all we could.
You mean?
I really like Jenny. I think she has great potential as part of the group.
But not with a son in tow.
As an actor, you push yourself into places that maybe you don't want to go, but it gives you a much richer life, and maybe it's sort of cheaper than paying to go to an analyst, isn't it? That you go there. I mean, I think you should push yourself and make into places that you do feel quite uncomfortable with sometimes, and explore them.
I'm Jane Slavin, and I play Jane. I haven't heard the first series. I didn't know anything about it. I just thought, this is amazing. It's so beautifully written. It just leaps off the page. We've not had to change a word or a comma or anything.
I'm looking for my son. My son. How can I possibly rely on you to help? You'd shoot him as soon as look at him.
Ah, hence the interest in the boy on the boat.
Oh, that's not true. We wouldn't have him live here, but we wouldn't murder him.
But you'd murder Jenny's baby?
Where's the logic?
We have to keep this camp exclusive.
Sisterhood is very powerful. I was just saying to Carolyn earlier, it always amazes me when someone turns out to be not good. It's always a shock. I always assume that we're all really good and that our hearts are in the right place. And then when you meet someone whose heart is made of stone, or, you know, or they're just out for themselves, I find that really, really hard to swallow. It takes me ages before I can accept that they are actually awful.
I'm Lucy Fleming, and I play Jenny Richards.
It was only a discussion, nothing definite, no decisions taken.
It's not for you to decide. This is my child growing in my body. No one is making any decisions about it but me.
You don't have to do this alone.
A child, a baby, weak and helpless, a blank canvas, totally dependent on me to protect him. My responsibility. I can't risk losing it. I couldn't bear it, especially now.
Louise has done a fantastic script. I don't know how she finds time, but she's a very good writer, and obviously being an actress, her dialogue is exceptional, but the plot too is a powerful one and a strong one. And it's just really nice to have her there to talk to about it, and if there are tiny words or even half words that don't feel quite right, she's very generous about letting us change things, although of course we don't change much.
It was really lovely to hear it come off the page. I think Ken's cast it so well, actually, and I've worked with Rachel before and I've worked with Jane before, so it was, I felt in very safe hands, and Ken's treated me with huge respect all the way through, and any changes he's wanted to make, he's run by me. So yeah, no, it was lovely. It was really lovely, actually, because Lucy particularly, as she started doing it, I thought, I hadn't written it like that, but actually that's much better, much more emotive, much more filled. I'd seen her as much more kind of matter of fact and coping, but she allowed her to become incredibly vulnerable, and I think that makes very good radio.
As a child, I was terrified of nuclear disaster. It was all very frightening, and we all thought, 4-minute warning, we're all going to die. So yeah, I've got those apocalyptic thoughts. The whole Ebola thing, I've just not hooked into it at all, because there's nothing I can do apart from buying a suit, and some guys making millions making those plastic suits. There's nothing I can do.
I suppose every so often the idea will come into your head, and yes, I might dwell on it for a while, but no, it's not something I regularly think about. But I suppose it's something that could potentially happen, and that's what makes it such an interesting story.
We do all have that very dark side. When I was very young, I read a book written by Alice Miller explaining Hitler's behaviour. And I found it a very profound book. She wasn't in any way forgiving it or condoning it. She was just trying to explain it, because she said if you don't explain it, it will happen again. If you just dismiss it as being mad and not human, monster-like, then you run the risk of it happening again, because we all have a very dark side. And the more it's acknowledged, the less likely it is to rear its head. So I actually find writing in such dark places quite releasing rather than upsetting.
I don't know where to start. I feel guilty.
Guilty?
Packed off to boarding school, money no object, nannies. I didn't even breastfeed. You hear mothers talk about the smell of their newborn, the touch of smooth skin, a desire to bite their bums. I had none of that. I can hardly remember how he looked. All those maternal feelings that should have been there 10 years ago. Only now do I have this visceral urge to stand between him and danger.
It's always an extraordinary atmosphere, and there's always lots of laughing, and women cut to the chase. You know, we don't really talk about the weather and routes and things when we come into a green room. It's like, how are the kids and what's happening with the grandchildren, and it's just more it's more nitty-gritty, more in-depth, more searching conversation, I find.
I've been saying all day, it's so rare to be in a cast full of women, and it's really lovely, and I'm really pleased to have this experience, because there is something different about getting a group of women together and just the way they talk, and it's made the whole story feel very authentic, because, you know, we go into the green room and we have a chat, and then we go into the recording booths and we have a chat in character, and they're all great women and all fantastic parts.
It's interesting. I miss the men sometimes, but of course it makes for a different dynamic, and we laugh all the time, which we do with the men as well. So it's interesting.
You probably have to giggle quite a lot to counterbalance the material that you're acting, because it's so dark. I think that's what makes for lots of laughs in the green room, because it's a coping strategy maybe for us.
The track's still good. We could drive a little further.
There's no point. There's every chance we'll drive right past them in this thing. Now we'd be better off on foot. Hello! Nice try. I have a feeling it's going to be a little harder than that.
Creepy place.
Beautiful is what it is.
You give me a hand?
You say potato?
You too, Daniel.
Which way do we go?
North.
Which way's that?
That way.
Keep the sun behind you.
What sun?
According to the map, there's a stream round here somewhere. Daniel?
Yeah?
You take the canteen. We'll fill this up first.
Righto.
And Russell? Mm-hmm. You know this area better than us. I need you on the map.
I've been here once.
Well, that's once more than us.
I'll try to remember some of the article I read.
Good. Right, ready?
As I'll ever be.
Right, let's go.
We left the car on a road outside Forest Colpig. Well, quite a long way outside Forest Colpig. We're heading north into the forest of Mynyd D.
Mynydd D.
Walking around a place like this, you can see where Tolkien got his ideas from. The article I read said Irvin Warner ran his courses out of Hay-on-Wye, but we're coming into the forest from the south. Damn it.
What is it?
Batteries are dead.
Don't know why you bother.
Because.
Let's check our bearings.
I think we're... Here. That was the bend in the river back there. This is the fork in the road.
And we keep going.
Coming into the forest from the south.
Warner based his wilderness survival courses in a forest area below a reservoir deep in the Black Mountains. He spent his entire life as a naturalist and a woodsman, learning about outdoor life and the wilderness. You could say he's a born survivor.
Come on, Daniel. I don't know what you're worried about. That's fantastic news.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you a father?
No.
I wouldn't understand.
What's to understand? Just about the most precious thing left to us is life. Everything else is gone.
Precisely.
All we've got is each other and the chance to make more of us before we all die out.
Well, I'm not convinced that isn't the best option.
Oh, shut up.
Well, we've had our chance. Maybe we blew it.
We survived for thousands of years with nothing more than a bonfire and a sharp stick. We can do it again.
Okay, mate, can you?
If I had to.
And you could teach a child, teach it all the skills it needs to survive in a world even more barren and desolate than this one. We're all right at the moment. We've got buildings that are still standing, reserves of fuel, some small machinery that still works, tools that are still sharp, but well, over time all that's going to go.
Fellas,
we'll adapt.
Well, I just wish I had your optimism.
Stop.
I'm glad I don't have your pessimism.
I said stop.
What is it?
I think there's someone out there.
Where?
No, he's right. They've been following us for the past couple of hours.
What?
You knew?
Well, I didn't want to draw any more attention to us. Thought it'd be better to wait and see what they were up to.
Warner?
Shut up.
Why?
What if it's him?
Well, what if it isn't?
Well, either way, we need to know.
Well, we will. Let's just show a little bit of caution, shall we?
Sod that.
Come back!
I'm going to find out who it is.
Flaming idiot.
He's got a point.
He'd get himself killed.
We could be searching these woods forever. Even if it isn't him, they might know where to find him.
Hello? Daniel? Hello?
Can you see him? Well?
No sign of him. What was that?
I don't know.
Where are we?
He's got the map.
Great.
Hello?
It came from over there.
Are you sure? Wait!
Hello? Hello? Greg!
Daniel! Daniel, where the hell have you gone?
Over here!
Stay where you are!
Greg!
Where are you?
Here!
Have you seen Daniel?
I thought he was with you.
Well, he was. What the hell is that?
Russell! Mr. Warner! Russell? Russell!
Over here!
Russell! Where are you?
This way.
What was that?
The hell would I know?
Daniel!
Be quiet! This way. There he is.
Daniel!
Wait! It's not him. Mr. Warner! Not so fast. We're here! I said wait!
Keep back, or the next one's got your name on it.
He's with us!
I don't care who he's with. You two turn around and go back to wherever you came from. I don't want the plague around here.
We don't have it. We're clean.
I don't believe you.
Well, you just have to take our word for it.
Sorry, no can do.
You have to let us help our friend.
You take one more step and I'll kill him myself.
Please!
Shut it!
You wouldn't dare.
You want a bet?
This is ridiculous. Don't be an idiot. You want to get yourself shot?
We have to help him.
I'm not getting into a gunfight.
Oh, to hell with this.
Russell!
I warned you.
Stop this.
Daniel, what happened?
I said keep back.
It hurts. It's okay.
No, it isn't.
We have to help him.
Give me one good reason why I shouldn't put him out of his misery.
You wouldn't shoot a man in cold blood.
Oh, wouldn't I?
No, I don't believe you would.
Just take him and leave.
He needs help and we're miles from home.
Then what the hell are you doing out here?
We're looking for you.
What?
Help!
Please, we have to help him.
I'm not touching him. What if he's got it?
He hasn't. None of us have.
And why should I believe you?
Because we're telling the truth.
All right. You, help him.
Thank you. It's okay.
It doesn't feel it.
How is he?
It's hard to tell. It's a right mess.
Look, we need to fix his leg. How far's your camp? Look, he'll die out here if we don't help him. Now, how far is it?
It's a bit further up the valley. 10 minutes.
Right, then we need to get him there now.
How do we remove this thing?
Well,
hold him down.
What?
It's okay. It's okay. We've got you.
No, what's he doing?
Do it.
Here.
Thanks.
How is it?
It's pretty rough, but I think I can pull the edges together.
He's lucky it isn't broken. That trap's made for big uns.
How's the needle?
Medium rare.
Pass it here. Right. He's going to need something to bite down on.
What?
Yep, it's clean.
Okay. You ready?
Just bloody do it!
Thanks.
You did a good job of that.
Watched someone do it to me not so long ago. We're lucky your camp's so well equipped.
Well, once I knew what had happened, it seemed to make sense. I got pretty much everything you might need for an emergency.
Or to start one. Will he be okay?
Infection's the biggest danger. We'll need to keep it clean. He's not out of the woods yet.
Literally.
It isn't funny, you know.
Who's laughing?
He wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for you.
It wasn't me putting bear traps down all over the
Well,
place.
if you hadn't run off like a scared...
I was only trying to stop him from sneaking along behind us.
What?
Well, we knew you were following us. Russell decided to confront you about it.
No, I wasn't.
You were stalking us. You had been for a couple of hours.
It wasn't me. The first I heard of you, it was him screaming loud enough to wake the dead.
Then why were you the first one to find him?
I was in the woods, putting out more traps.
Pretty dangerous way of hunting, isn't it?
I'm not hunting with them.
What are they for?
Well, there's been some weird goings-on around here lately.
Weird? How?
Animal noises.
You do live in a forest.
Not normal ones. Something else.
That's why we're here.
What?
Daniel saw what he thinks was a big cat. Well, he heard it. I think it may have escaped from a zoo.
This isn't a big cat.
It's been taking people, feeding on them.
And we need help tracking it. These two thought you'd be the person to ask.
Nope.
What?
It's none of my business.
It will be if it tries to eat you.
Look, it's taken 2 people that we know of.
Survival of the fittest.
You heartless
That's
bastard.
enough. Man's entitled to make up his own mind.
I'm glad you see it that way.
But it's hunting near our community.
As long as it keeps away from mine.
Oh!
We've children there, young children. We can't protect them on our own. We need help to find this animal and kill it. Look, you can't exist out here on your own forever. We'll only survive if we help each other.
I don't need anyone's help.
Unbelievable.
Look, one bad winter and you could die out here, and you know it. We've got plenty of shelter. We'd be happy to help you out whenever you need it.
Kids, you say?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Thank you.
We'll head out first thing.
What about Daniel?
What about him?
Well, he'll slow us down, that's for certain.
Leave him here.
We can't do that.
He can splint his leg. He'll need someone to take his weight, help him walk.
I'm not babysitting anybody.
We're not leaving him.
I'll hunt the animal, but I'm not taking responsibility for a cripple.
Well, that's fine. We'll do it. Won't we, Russell?
Damn right.
Fine. I have a crutch around here somewhere.
Like you do.
He can use that.
That's very kind, thank you.
We should get some rest. We'll head off at first light. You bed down. I'll put the fire out.
Lean on me some more. Yeah, that's it.
Don't know why we can't drive.
Because wild animals don't tend to use A roads.
We could at least get closer to the Grange first, then start looking.
No, Warner's a stubborn bugger, but he knows what he's doing.
I need a whittle.
Oh, hold on, fellas. Daniel needs a moment.
This is beautiful. Where are we?
You see that?
Uh-huh.
That bridge crosses the River Dore. On the other side's Kerry's Gate. It's the most direct route east. When we reach the Wye, we'll follow it south to Ross.
I wouldn't have known it was even here.
Well, few do anymore. It's one of the old drovers' roads. The motorways of their day.
Maybe they will be again.
Now, they fell out of use long ago. Been trampled on by so-called civilization. Most of them are long gone.
Sorry about that.
Did you wash your hands?
Funny.
Yeah, I'll take care of Long Gone Silver for a bit.
Thanks.
How much further?
We'll keep walking till dark. At this pace, we need to cover as much ground as we can.
Wait for me.
He's treating me like I walked into the sodding thing on purpose.
Ignore him. Come on.
I hear you're to be a father.
Oh. Did he tell you my blood type while he was at it?
I had a daughter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was working when the plague started to spread. Took a group back into Hay and we heard all about it. It hadn't reached town yet, but everyone knew it was coming. Things were already bad. The phones were down. But I'd had a radio installed at home for years. Taught the family how to use it in case there was an emergency. That'll teach me, eh? Maybe we get what we wish for. Her mother told me they both already had it. I wanted to help, to go to them, and she said people were dropping like flies. Told me my best chance was to head back into the mountains. She told me if I went home to help, I'd catch it too. It was the only way to guarantee my survival. She insisted. So I turned my back on them.
Oh, you did no such thing.
Life used to be about making easy choices, didn't it? What do I have for tea? No? Not anymore. Now we have to make hard choices to survive.
Well, we do. But your wife was right to make it.
We weren't married.
Oh, sorry.
Why? Never bothered us. We were perfectly happy.
No, I just meant... Well, I just don't know what I meant.
We lived by so many rules, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Well, they're no good to us now.
There, that should do you.
Thanks.
How is it?
It looks pretty clean.
Good. You're lucky.
He's a way to go yet before he's in the clear.
And Mr. Positivity strikes again.
Just being practical.
That's what I heard. Shh! What is it?
Not sure. Not like any animal I've heard before.
It might be the cat.
I'm telling you, it's no cat.
We should go after it.
Don't be stupid.
He's right. Whatever it is, we just end up going round in circles in the dark.
Damn it.
What is it?
Another set of dead batteries. It's getting harder and harder to find any with power left in them.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Sorry?
Hasn't enough happened to this planet without you littering the place?
It's only a couple of batteries.
And what if we all did that? Hmm? Where the hell would we be, eh?
Easy.
Do you even know what's in one of those things?
It's all right, Daniel.
It's not all right.
Hey, I said enough.
All the people that have died and we get left with the likes of you lot.
To be honest, that thing is quite annoying.
Got it?
Yep.
Right-yo.
Clever, so no one can track us.
Well, that's got nothing to do with it. Leave a place as you find it, that's all.
You wouldn't know he'd even been here.
Well, it's impressive all the same.
If we live harmoniously with our environment, it'll sustain us indefinitely.
There aren't enough of us left to sustain.
It's never too late. Nature will find a way. Always does. Might even say it already has.
You think nature did this to us?
Who else did it? God?
Perhaps.
Knows how to win friends, doesn't he?
Just try not to antagonize him. We need his help.
Come on, Tiny Tim.
Careful. Look at that!
You've never been to the Wye Valley before?
The M4's more my terrain.
You think this is impressive? You should see it further downstream. It was so popular in the 18th century, it pretty much introduced tourism to Britain. Now all they want to do is fly to Spain. Or did.
That's it.
Thanks. Crikey.
We should fill the canteens.
You okay?
Holding up. Thanks.
Come on. Pass me another canteen, will you?
Here.
Thanks.
Say he's a born survivor.
Greg!
What is it? I'll go. You finish this.
Sure.
What is it?
How would I know?
What's up?
Tell me what you make of this.
It's a paw print. Is this it?
What can you see?
I can see the pads, and by the size of them, it's a pretty big paw.
It's true what they say, size isn't everything. Cubs have big paws, but they're not much of a threat. This is an adult.
How can you tell?
It'd take a heavy animal to leave an impression that deep.
What else?
A cat this big isn't indigenous.
So we've found the trail.
More than that. This print's fresh.
Considering my injury, we've been making good progress. The plan is to cross the river at Ross-on-Wye and head for the Grange from there.
What's all that in aid of, then?
Do you know? I don't know anymore. I think it felt important at first. Document everything so people would know what happened. Some days I'm not even convinced there'll be anyone left to care.
I'm sure there will be.
Really? There are so few of us. And I wouldn't want the responsibility of raising a child in the new world. Not that it would ever happen.
No?
Well, no. Obviously.
Obviously.
Would you?
I don't know.
You must have given it some thought.
Maybe.
Really?
If I had to.
Well, then you're a braver man than me.
Well, the world needs people.
It had people. Didn't turn out so well, did it?
But if it meant the survival of the species, I suppose I would. Why not?
Theory aside, I don't think I could even manage it practically.
Wouldn't need to. Just use the old turkey base today.
Well, yeah, I suppose. It was just never an option before, was it? I know it sounds selfish.
It's not selfish.
Well, I feel selfish just saying it. I'm still not used to being allowed to talk about it.
Me neither. It was more fun when it was illegal, wasn't it?
Russell, thanks.
I wouldn't thank me yet. I haven't done anything.
Well, should see if we can change that, shouldn't we?
I'd like that.
Me too. Pass that here, will you?
We're supposed to boil it.
Oh, I'll have died of thirst by then. Thanks. Ah, that's better. Here. Ross? Here.
Pass me your crutch, would you?
What?
Your crutch.
Why?
I don't want to alarm you, but the animal we've been looking for, I think it's just found us.
Well, which way did it go?
Difficult to tell just here. It wandered back and forth a bit while it stopped, probably to drink. I'd need to check the area more thoroughly.
That's Daniel.
Come on!
Get out the way! Shoot it! Russell, step back! I got it! Russell, get out of the damn way!
Did you get it?
No.
I might have clipped it. There's some blood on the ground just here.
Russell, what the hell were you thinking?
What?
We needed a clear shot.
He was protecting me! We need to get going. It'll move faster than us, especially since we're carrying dead weight.
Thanks!
I need to be ready with this. Can you take care of him?
Sure.
Where did it go?
North.
But that's towards Hereford.
Come on, Hopalong. This way.
Avoid the towns, you said.
You okay?
Yeah. And thanks. Again.
You'd have done the same for me. You would, wouldn't you? Have done the same for me?
Of course I would.
Well, there we are then. Ready?
As I'll ever be.
Right, let's stop dawdling then and catch us a pussycat. Found anything?
He's looking. Well?
Nothing upstream of the bridge.
We've lost it.
I didn't say that.
Then where is it?
It crossed the rail bridge, heading into town.
I don't think we should do that.
Well, that's where it is.
How do you know?
You see those birds circling?
What about them?
Birds of prey.
So?
They circle like that when they found something to prey on.
Let's get this over with.
The county hospital.
It's trying to find a corpse with some meat left on it.
Oh, nice.
We'll soon realise it's slim pickings. We need to do this before it moves on. We could easily lose track of it in time.
Great. Be quiet, you two. What's the plan?
How good a shot are you?
Not bad.
Hit a fast-moving target.
Pretty good at shooting clays.
It's like using a bus to swat a fly. You take the first shot while it's distracted. It's just like shooting deer. You want to get it in the flank, behind the front leg. If you miss and it runs, I'll be ready. Ready?
Ready.
Right. In your own time.
Well, shh.
What happened?
Did you get it?
I missed.
Will you lot, for once in your lives, shut the hell up?
Good shot.
You finish it.
Oh, what is it, a lion?
Could be, but it's a scrawny one. Can't have eaten for weeks. Oh, damn it. Might as well take shelter till this rain passes. At least we'll have hot food tonight. Here, hold this.
Are you serious?
You never eat what you kill?
Pheasant, maybe. Not an endangered species.
Ah, don't be so soft. Here, take it. You like it? It tastes just like chicken.
Somehow, this seems wrong.
It wanted to kill you.
Animals just do what they need to survive. We're the predator. World's better off without us.
You can't believe that.
Can't I?
Well, we're here, so we better make the most of it.
We tried that. A lot of good it did us.
Oh, what we had wasn't without its flaws, but it's got to be better than this. Better than just surviving.
That's all there is. All there's ever been. Oh, we dressed it up. Put labels on it to make it feel like we were in control. But we weren't. The plague proved that.
You're a bundle of laughs.
Just speaking the truth. If there's one thing we need to start acknowledging, it's that.
And on that gloriously uplifting note, I'm stepping outside to kill myself. Back in a minute.
Actually, I need one too. Give me a hand, will you?
I'm not holding it for you.
I don't expect you to.
I'm joshing with you. Come on.
Thanks.
Don't go too far.
Whatever you say, Dad.
So, it's back to your Garden of Eden, is it?
Oh, not everyone's as independent or as capable as you. People are communal by nature.
Tribal, more like.
You say potato.
I say people would rather kill each other first and ask questions later.
I disagree. Besides, there are people relying on me. I can't let them down, even if you could. That was a low blow. Sorry, I didn't mean it.
Yes, you did.
Russell? Hello? Russell? Is that you? Stop messing about, will you? Russell?
You should have seen your face.
That wasn't funny.
Hilarious is what it was. Oh, wait for me.
Sod off.
I'll help.
I can manage on my own, thanks.
What was that? Daniel, did you hear that?
Give it a rest, Russell. It isn't funny. Stupid idiot.
I'm sure I heard something.
Stop messing about, will you? Russell? Russell?
Did you hear that?
What?
Russell!
That!
Hey, wait! Wait! You don't know what's out here.
Daniel's out here. Daniel!
Shush!
There he is!
Stop!
Are you all right?
Russell,
Are you okay?
yes, but he was here. He was messing about. I thought he was still messing about.
But what happened?
He's gone. He just vanished.
They're here.
What is it? A pack of them? A pride?
I tell you, that's no animal. We need to get inside.
We have to find Russell.
We've no chance of doing that, Dad. Now, come on.
We'll just figure out what to do in a minute. Come on, let's just do as he says. Okay, Warner, we're armed now. Let's go after him.
Pointless in the dark. We'd end up just as lost as he is.
What's out there?
I only tracked one animal. One. That's no animal. Which only means one thing.
People.
Then we have to help him.
We can't.
We have to.
It's too dark. We'd be chasing our tails.
That's him! We have to help him! Russell! What are they doing to him?
There's got to be something we can do.
Such as? Whoever it is out there, they have the upper hand. We don't know who they are, how many of them there are, or what the hell they want with us.
We're armed!
And who says they're not? Could be the Red Army out there for all we know. And you, for one, are in no fit state to face them.
We can't just stand here!
We have to!
Give me that!
Daniel!
I'm going after him!
You take one step out that door, and whatever they're doing to him, they'll be doing to you next!
I can't just stand here and listen to him!
There is absolutely nothing we can do to stop what's happening to him. The best thing we can do is to look to ourselves.
And that's one hell of a motto to live by.
I'm alive, and I... Listen, we've all made sacrifices to be here. God knows I have. But if you want to survive the night...
They're killing him!
Then you better listen to me! He's dead already!
No!
And there's not a thing you can do to change that! All we can do now is to work out how we're gonna live! We have to go.
What?
They found him, they can find us.
Russell.
What?
He has a name.
Had a name. Our best chance is to level the playing field. We're sitting ducks in there. Out there we can keep on the move.
Stop.
Daniel, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Put the gun down.
We're going after Russell.
Don't be so stupid.
Daniel...
We're going after him! We kill him if we have to, but we are going after him! He'd have done the same for us.
This isn't what I signed up for.
We're going after him.
I found your damned animal, all right? That's it. That's what I agreed to. Not this, not endanger myself, and not to go on any damned manhunt.
He's right.
Oh, at last, someone with some sense.
Not you, him. If there are people out there doing what they're doing, then we need to stop them.
Impossible.
We're here, now. This is the best chance we've got. If we run, we could never find them again, or they'll find us. They could get to the Grange.
If they haven't already.
God forbid.
You're mad.
But we can do this ourselves.
No.
But we need your help.
No.
Please.
I did not sign up for this.
Look, none of us did. Life isn't about making easy choices anymore, remember? You think we'd be here doing this if we wanted to? I know where I'd rather be. This is one of the hard choices, Warner. You know, one of the ones we need to make to survive. We could run now and buy ourselves, well, what, a day or a week, maybe a year? But if those people are still out there, then there's still a chance they'll come after us. Or after the ones we love. And I, for one, am not prepared to live with that possibility. When there's a chance, I can do something about it. Are you? Well?
Fine.
Good.
Then stop pointing that thing at me.
Sorry.
Give it here. Right. Now, we arm ourselves. Daniel, you're going to have to do the best you can. Giving you a leg, you're better off with a knife. And only get involved if you have to. You can use mine.
Okay.
Well, Warner, what's the plan?
I'm a hunter, not a soldier. Your guess is as good as mine.
Fine. Well, we don't have much time. Grab what you need.
Where did you last see him?
Over there. Come on.
Here.
Give me some light.
Anything?
Not in this rain. Not a chance.
There must be something.
Nope.
Oh, Daniel, pass me the torch. Now, what's that?
What is it?
A piece of cloth. It's torn.
Could be anyone's.
It could be Russell's.
In this weather, there's no telling whose it is or how long it's been there.
But it could be his.
That's all we've got.
It's nothing.
It's something! This way.
Daniel, wait. We should stick together. Anything?
This is hopeless.
I told you.
I hate to say it, Daniel, but you may be right.
We have to fight it.
It's impossible.
We have to.
We can't. Not in this. And not at night.
We can't give up before we've even started.
This is doing nothing but putting us in even more danger.
Russell!
Oh, for crying out loud.
Daniel, hush!
This way.
Oh, wait!
The damn fool's gonna get us all killed.
Come on.
Oh.
Are you okay?
Oh, I think so. Oh, thanks.
What's he done?
Oh, I slipped in something.
Well, how's the ankle?
Hurts.
What is it?
Something, I don't know. Slimy.
What the hell is it?
Over here.
Is that him?
What's left?
Oh, more likely what they've left of him for us to find.
Get it off me.
Calm down.
Get it off me.
Just get a grip.
Who the hell are these people?
We have to get out of here.
I agree.
Oh, finally.
Right, Daniel, up again. Come on, we need to leave.
This way.
Why have we stopped?
Shush. See anything?
I don't know. Wait here.
What is it?
Shh.
Anything?
Nope. It's all clear.
Warner?
What's happening?
Quick, hold this.
What?
Just shine it over there. Come on.
Where's he gone?
I don't know, I can't see a damn thing. Just keep it steady, will you?
What was that?
Where are you?
What are we gonna do?
No, I have absolutely no idea.
Oi.
Daniel! The knife!
Oh, no, you don't. Stop playing with him and finish it.
You're a...
What am I? I'm nothing. That's what I am.
All right, that's enough. I'll deal with him. You sort that one out. Come on here, you.
I do the one that ickle footsies.
Keep back.
Which of the ickle footsies is it? Huh?
Keep away from me!
Is it this one?
Oh, please! No!
Tell me if this hurts. There. That'll keep you from running off. Now, not off, Pete, or I'll cut your tongue out. Pat's done the other one.
Good. Let's get ready for these two. Give over, Pat. We'll do that.
Daniel. It's okay, it's me. You tied my hands and feet.
Me too.
Okay, I'm going to untie your hands. When I've done that, I need you to untie my hands first, then untie your feet. But my hands first, okay?
Okay.
Right. Now, lie back to back. Yeah, that's it. Now. Just hold still. Lift your hands up a bit. Yeah, that's it. Right, now, just hold on. There. Right, now me.
Done it.
Right, as soon as we've done this, run for that van and get the hell out of here. Got it?
Right.
Open this one.
Hell!
Now, don't think about it. You're nearly there.
Get the big fella.
Damn down, lay down. Lay back down. Shh, lay down.
Wakey.
Ow!
You're going to take a little while to soften up. But when we're done with you, we'll go back for that tasty little Jenny at the Grange.
Ah, you! Go, get help!
You okay?
What's he doing now? Oi, Pat, stop that van! The van, Pat, now!
Going after anyone!
Oh! Jenkins! Pat! Damn it, Pat! Oh, it doesn't matter. Give me a hand with this one. Now!
Damn it!
One of them. He were greedy. Brought it on himself.
Where am I? Let me out of here.
Sorry, no can do.
Who are you people? Warner? Warner! Warner, wake up!
He can't hear you, and he should think himself lucky.
Help!
Pat, rustle up a shot of ketamine, will you? We don't want him shouting his head off all the way home.
Help! Help!
Hurry up, he's giving me a headache.
You keep that away from me.
Oh, he's a lively one, that's for sure.
Oh, you wait.
That's it.
You just wait till I get out of here.
And what?
I'll get you. I'll get you.
Yeah, you and whose army? Come on!
Damn it! I'm heading north, I think, out of Hereford. Greg told me to get help, to leave him. He saved my life. We killed the cat. We killed the bloody cat. And we were in Hereford. We never go near the towns, but we followed the damn cat into Hereford, and Russell... We were in Hereford, and Russell heard something. No! 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 Damn it!
stay here and look after you.
We can't just leave them all behind.
Who knows what you're doing? You're not going to hurt them. You promised you wouldn't hurt them. Russell, you said that Miss Red and Peggy went missing.
We're the predator.
World's better off. You're
Turn the engine off.
I'll get something to stop the bleeding.
Hurry. You're all right. All right, sweetheart. All right. We'll take you home. Don't try and talk now. Let's just get you safely home. Courage, mon brave. Courage.
Episode 3, The Hunted. Ken and I walk to work. We meet up in Paddington and walk to the studio and chat away about various things. And one of Ken's interests was clearly survivalism. I mean, he'd obviously read up on it, and it just seemed such an interesting thing to actually involve in survivors, to bring in this survivalist, because he'd be the person whose skills would be the most important in this new world. You know, he'd be the person who's respected and looked up to. So we threaded in a storyline where Irving Warner was sought out, he was needed, and our male lead characters sort of head into this heart of darkness in the woods. It's a dark episode, is The Hunted. It was much, much darker in the first draft, and it really disturbed me. I mean, one of the things I'm most proud of Survivors is that it is so dark and mature and challenging, and I'm not trying to be controversial with it, but I just think it's good to actually confront a very darker side of human nature.
Hello, I'm Ken Bentley, and I wrote The Hunted, and I directed Survivors, Series 2.
I hid in the Brecons to escape all the scavengers in Swansea. Well, I was useless, of course. Didn't stay long. Hooked up with a couple of other fellas coming to England and tagged along. They were telling me they'd been on this survival course with a chap called Warner.
Yes, Irving Warner.
You know him?
Of him. Read a story about him once. Wished I'd written it. It was fascinating. Not ex-army or anything like that, but lots of experience of how to live in the wild, working with nature, eating plants, that sort of thing.
Sounds awful.
Oh, it was fascinating.
Well, it's all very well, but we need something of practical use, something that'll help us find this animal.
But that's just it. Apparently he's still living in the Brecons.
One of the key things we talked about in the planning meeting was the cat was an escaped wild animal, and that being potentially a key danger for people living in this new world. So we knew that was a through line, and we knew it needed dealing with. So it needed dealing with in that episode. I'm a big fan of it and endlessly fascinated by Ray Mears. I think he's a fascinating character, and I like a lot about his approach to living and working with nature and how to approach nature, and so I was quite keen to include a character like that if I could, and it seemed a natural sort of fit really if we were trying to deal with this wild animal, that a character like that might be just the sort of person who could help them do that. And so again, it's always about sort of finding the connections in Survivors, but finding a way of having characters that we're familiar with hear about or know about a character like that and how they would go about finding him and persuading him to help. And that sort of gave me the framework and the framework for the story, but also the sort of conflict within the story.
I'm Tim Bentinck, and I play Irving Warner. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't put him out of his misery.
You wouldn't shoot a man in cold blood.
Oh, wouldn't I?
No, I don't believe you would.
Well, it's very dark. I mean, there I was reading it. I've done, thank you very much indeed, a lot of big Finnish productions, and there's always fun, and, deaths aren't terribly sort of death-like. Having said that, I mean, I am dead every single time I kind of arrive here, and this is no exception. No, I was reading it, and I went, my God, this is really, really hairy. Like post-apocalyptic would be, and all the terrible fears that one has about when society breaks down and when civilization is but a veneer that we all have and an agreement to not kill each other. It's just a veneer, isn't it? And underneath it all, we're all these terrifying killers, and that's what's going on here. So yes, as I slowly progressed through it, and I was going, this is a bit different. And very well written, indeed. I mean, as they always are, but compulsive. I was turning the pages and going, oh no, don't kill me. Also, I get a chance to be Welsh, which is quite unusual. Never done that before.
Daniel saw what he thinks was a big cat. Well, he heard it. I think it may have escaped from a zoo.
This isn't a big cat.
It's been taking people, feeding on him.
I mean, he'd help tracking it. These two thought you'd be the person to ask.
Nope.
What?
It's none of my business.
It will be if it tries to eat you.
Look, it's taken 2 people we know of.
Survival of the fittest.
You heartless
That's
bastard.
enough.
Well, he's a kind of Ray Mears figure in a way. He is tragic because he lost his family and he has this guilt about the fact that he left them behind, and so he lives with that. So in a way, I suppose, in terms of a storyline, he is doomed because he doesn't rate himself anymore because he wasn't able to protect his family, and that's what he was all about as a kind of a survivalist. As resonances with me, because my own father went off down to Devon. He gave up being an advertising executive and decided to go and be an organic farmer because he saw the apocalypse, not so much that kind of apocalypse, but basically world starvation he thought was coming, and that the whole thing of just in time at the supermarkets, as if it runs out within a week, you can go to mass starvation. And so he decided to go and buy somewhere down in Devon which actually had a killing ground. He actually wanted to have it so that he would be able to sweep the fields of the marauding zombies coming at us and be self-sufficient, and he did that. So it has resonances with me, and even my pa was in Devon, and this guy's in Herefordshire. So I know those types, and they're very strong people and very self-sufficient, and with a good reason to live. So his death is even more of a tragedy. Although, as I say, the fact that he's lost his family, I suppose, that character usually in fiction is the doomed character. So I kind of saw it coming a bit, I think.
We've all made sacrifices to be here. God knows I have. But if you want to survive the night, they're killing him! Then you better listen to me! He's dead already!
No!
And there's not a thing you can do to change that! All we can do now is to work out how we're going to live!
If you don't picture it in your own head, it doesn't transmit and it doesn't come out the other side. If you can't see the landscape in front of you, describing the beautiful river in front of you, and of Herefordshire, I know that area and it is beautiful. Unless you can see it in your mind's eye, if you just pretend, it doesn't come out of the loudspeaker the other side. It's like kind of vocal mime. In the mime artist, if you can't see the wall that you're describing in front of you when you're putting your hands on it, the audience won't be able to see it either. And then it's the same thing with radio acting, is that if you can't picture the place that you're in, the audience won't picture it either. So yes, when you go into a dark place, hopefully that darkness will come out the other side of the radio.
Hello, I'm John Banks and I'm playing Daniel Connor. When I saw the script where Daniel has his leg caught in a huge bear trap, I spent the entire episode limping and wincing, and the script is actually quite hilarious. After a while it just says Daniel wince. He's treating me like I walked into the sodding thing on purpose.
Ignore him. Come on. My name is Tim Trelaw and I'm playing Russell. I do vaguely remember the series from the 1970s on television, but not really. But it's fantastic to get involved in something like this, something so apocalyptic and dark and mysterious. And it's a fantastic story written by Ken Bentley, who also produces it. It's a pleasure to be involved. It feels totally different because for once I'm playing a human being. I have played a few human beings with Doctor Who, but to play something set on Earth is... should we say, makes it slightly different. And something that's set in Wales is quite nice.
I saw Tim on stage years ago when he was at the RSC. And yes, I think he's a fab actor. And actually I did a radio with him years ago as well. And we did that thing of when we first started to work for Big Finish of, now where have we seen each other before? So we spent a good half an hour trying to pin down where it was.
That's him! We have to help him! Russell!
It is quite bleak for human nature, but I suppose it probably reflects what people might do in desperate circumstances when there's no food, not much medical care. Perhaps that would foster a lot of the more unsavoury elements in humanity to come out. Of course, it's crossed my mind, as probably as anyone, what would happen in we've all seen 28 days later or 28 weeks later, and of course, growing up in the 70s, I was very aware of the threat of nuclear Armageddon, and I remember we were made to read Z for Zachariah in school about the last man in the world. So yeah, I think it's probably something that's the themes of survivors are probably things that people have thought of a lot in their lives at some point or other. What if? It feels quite timely indeed. Yeah, let's just hope it's not the real world is not as bad as it is in Survivors.
Russell, thanks.
I wouldn't thank me yet. I haven't done anything.
Well, we should see if we can change that, shouldn't we?
I'd like that.
Me too.
There's a very slight reference in the first series when Daniel's having a conversation with Fiona. It's something we've known about since the very beginning. It's just a case of how we play it out and when we use it within the context of our series and our sequence of storytelling. It seemed the right time to deal with it, because if we've got the stakes need to be high in Survivors, and always the trouble when you've got an all-male story is that the stakes change. The stakes can shift, and finding jeopardy within an environment like that isn't impossible. You've just got to find out a way of doing it, and that was a really good way of doing it in the third episode.
It's really interesting because if we're still in 1975, 76, that sort of time, there is a very tender scene that we recorded yesterday, in fact. And Daniel says, it's quite an odd thing for him to feel not comfortable, but to feel that he's able to even talk about the fact that he's gay. I suppose in 1975 it would have been an incredibly difficult thing to talk about quite openly with someone. I mean, not only do you run the risk of rejection, but you might also run the risk of sort of violence or something, or whatever, and it's the stakes are incredibly high in that scene but the relationship doesn't work out for reasons that some people who've heard this thing will know. But nevertheless, at that moment, the stakes are very high, and I think it's very, very subtly written, and it was a real good scene to play, actually. And I think it actually even came as a bit of a surprise to Tim, who I was working with, who didn't realise that his character was also gay.
I didn't see that coming, actually, because when I read the play, I didn't see that. And it's only obviously in playing it, then you suddenly realise, yeah, of course. And this is in a world, in a parallel universe, where sort of relationships between same-sex relationships were clearly something that were, especially set in the 1970s, this would have only been something that you would legally be allowed to practice since 1968 or whatever it was. So this is probably quite, at the time, quite adventurous and quite controversial to do, and it's a suggestion, an underplayed suggestion of a same-sex possible relationship starting, just people surviving.
Don't try and talk now. Let's just get you safely home.
It's probably because I'm a director before I'm a writer, and so I sort of spell out the sequence of events very clearly. Partly for the cast, because I'm almost writing something that's quite visual, and that's really naughty on audio. And so what I want to make sure is that everybody's clear of the journey and the sequence of events within the story. But also, I think it's I'm sort of, I suppose in some ways I'm directing ahead of the game a bit, in that what I'm doing when I write like that is giving the sound designer all the information they need in post-production to bolt everything together and to understand themselves and to visualise themselves the sequence of events.
I don't know where the line is, but I thought the first draft of The Hunt had crossed it. But it didn't take much of a rewrite. I mean, it was a very simple rewrite, I think, just to pull it back under the line. And it's still quite extreme. I mean, I think people are still going to be quite disturbed and haunted by it. But there's nothing wrong with that. I just think it's the lovely thing about Survivors is it's a very different animal to anything else we're producing at Big Finish. It allows us to be much more adult than we would normally be, and it's something everybody who's working on it is really cherishing, actually. It was quite interesting at the studio because I did wonder whether some of the cast might be concerned about how dark it was going. But to the last person, they were all saying, "Don't be daft. No, this is brilliant. This is what we want to play." So I was heartened by that. I think from the reactions to Series 1, it's something that our audience wants to listen to as well.
You're going to take a little while to soften up. But when we're done with you, we'll go back for that tasty little Jenny at the Grange.
Apart from at the very end, there's a little bit of Jenkins throughout the story, taunting people from a distance, and then there's the final few scenes. You have the appearance of the shadowy villains that have been haunting the series up to that point. But yeah, so probably the biggest challenge really of writing the third episode is that it is four people. It's quite theatrical, really, despite the fact it's all set in the open countryside. It's four people in one location. It's just that one location is the open countryside. So it's following that journey, and then again finding contrast within it, in that we start off in the jungle and then we end up in the city, and it's sort of pursuing those sorts of contrasts throughout the writing process.
Where am I? Morning to you. What is this?
Dog cage. Must have been big dogs they were looking after.
No, I mean, what am I doing here? What do you want with me?
Picked up a dozen from the vet over in Bristol. Tranquilizers too. Though you have to be careful with the horse pills. Sleep well, did you?
Sleep? We were attacked. I've been drugged, locked up in a cage like some sort of animal inside this...
Don't you remember? 1972 oldest cyclone. Top of the range in his day. All the conveniences. Excuse me, just got to take this lot outside, see if the fire's ready for smoke.
It's you!
There you go, Greg. Preston, weren't it? Never forgot a face, not these days.
We're over near Campsford. Ridley, that's what you said your name was.
Ah, that it is. George Ridley for me sins. And how are all your pals, Abby, Jenny, Paul, up at the Grange?
Well, how do you know?
Jenks on his little mission. Very accommodating they were, apparently. Good to see you again. But you didn't ought to have killed my mate.
Well, you were trying to kill us. You killed Russell.
Was that the one in the town? Right wriggler he was.
Yes, and all the others? At the river they said people had vanished. How many have there been?
Dangerous place, this country of ours these days.
And where's Warner? He was here last night. I remember he was in the cage next to me.
Just got to fill the kettle and all. Be back in a tick.
You're murderers! Monsters!
No, Mr. Preston. We're hunters.
Danielle, stay with me. I've got you. It's me. It's Jackie.
I've got a shirt.
We can rip it up. Try and stop the bleeding.
No, get away from me.
Daniel, it's Abby. You remember Abby? She's trying to help.
Leave me alone, please. Leave me alone.
Here, we need to clean your head so we can see how badly you're hurt.
It's a bad cut above the eyebrow. He must have hit his head on the wheel.
Looks worse than it is. Sit up, Daniel. That's it.
Peter had one like it at rugby. Swelled up like a balloon for days.
Hear that, Dan? You'll have a shiner.
Where are the others?
Get away. Get away.
Daniel, where's everybody else?
Get away.
No use asking him in this state. He's no idea what day it is.
Do you think we can move him? It doesn't look like anything's broken. Oh, look at his leg.
Oh.
What on earth happened?
Get away.
Listen to me, Daniel. We're your friends, Jackie and Abby. Jenny's over there with a new friend of ours, Molly.
Can he stand? We should get him back to the car, take a proper look.
Here, Daniel, take my hand.
And mine, Dan. Dan, we've got you. You're safe.
They don't understand me. They killed them.
Daniel, where's Greg?
They killed them all.
That lot on to smoke. We can have a nice little chat in the meantime.
I asked you a question. Where's Irvin Warner?
Closer than you think. But he won't be bothering anyone again with all his traps and bows and arrows.
You've killed him.
We do what we have to do to survive.
We will. How many of you are there?
Just me and Pat now, thanks to you lot. I saw what you did to Jenks.
And where is he, this Pat?
She's keeping a watch. Making sure no one else gets too close.
They will. People will be coming. We'll be missed.
Then we'll up and leave before there's any trouble. Like we always do. You can't stop us. No one can. No one can tell anyone what to do anymore.
You just can't go round the country killing whoever you want.
That's exactly what we can do.
But why? Why would you do that?
You don't know what it's been like.
Oh, of course I do. We've all been through it. We've all seen the world collapse around our ears.
No.
Everyone left behind. We've all had friends, loved ones die. We've all been through the same thing.
No, you haven't. Not like us.
Oh, all right. But what's so different about your experience? Possible excuse could you have for this?
You want a story, eh?
No. I just want you to stop playing games and let me out of this cage.
No can do, I'm afraid. In the meantime, you'll have to settle for the truth. It's been a while since I told it, and you should know. Like I said, we do what we have to do to survive. I was up in the mountains when the death came. The peaks, right up high, miles from anywhere. Walking with me mate. He got this cabin on the cheap on account of the time of year, and 'cause it was a hovel. Only I slipped, pushed my ankle on the first day. Lenny got me back to the hut, then he drove off for supplies. He never came back. I felt rough. Got such a fever, I never lit the fire for days. Don't know how long it was. Hallucinations. Came round with a raging thirst and an empty belly. Still no sign of my mate.
Benny! Anyone!
I wasn't going nowhere with that ankle. There was water in the toilet cistern. Could just about reach it with a mug. But no food. Nothing. So, you know what I did? I had snow. Tried to scratch up the soil and the moss outside the door, but it was all frozen. Of course. I didn't know then that everyone had gone. A week after the fever, I dragged myself down to the path. Not a soul about. You don't think a person can get lost in the wilderness, not in Britain. But it's lonely up there. That's why I liked it. A break from the daily grind, somewhere away from all the people, somewhere wild. The leg was agony, but the hunger was worse. I'd had 5 more days with nothing to eat, out there in the cold. But it was fate, I guess. I saw someone up on the mountainside. A walker, I thought. Another tourist. Someone who came out there to escape. Like me.
Hey! Help me! Please!
They weren't moving. I knew I had to reach them. For my leg, it was slow going. And when I got there, all I found was a body. Frozen. Maybe they saw what was happening and just headed up the hills, gave up, sat down and died. I don't know. They had a chocolate bar in their pocket. Only thing I'd eaten all week. I dragged myself all the way back down to the cabin. Three more days. You ever gone more than a week without food? No. It's an ache. It's a pain. More than that, it's an emptiness that drives you mad. You think about one thing and one thing only. Logic goes out of the window.
So you were trapped. You could have found your way back eventually, once your leg had healed.
I told you, I were weak. I weren't thinking straight. All I wanted was food. After another 2 days, I went back for the body.
Lean on me. I've got you.
What's happened? Who is he?
Don't worry, Molly. Stay there. Daniel's my friend. My very good friend. Jenny, don't get out.
No, you need help. Daniel? Oh my God, what's happened to you?
They're dead. They're all dead.
Get back in the car, Jenny. Make some room for him on the front seat.
What's he saying? Where are the others?
Give him some water, Molly. Pass me that flask.
Who is he?
Don't worry, Molly. It's fine. He's a friend.
Where's Greg?
Give him some space. Can't you see he's terrified?
No, it's okay. I can tell you. They took him.
Took him? What does he mean? What does he mean?
Who took Greg?
I don't know. It was dark. They were wearing masks, animal skins, making noises. It was like they were savages.
What?
What about the big cat, the animal?
There is no cat. Not anymore. We found a lion. It was thin, starving. Irvin shot it.
Where are the others?
They killed Russell. Then they took Warner. And they tried to take us.
Where? Where did this happen?
Hereford. Middle of the town. They came for us. Greg fought them off.
So, he's alive?
Jenny.
When you last saw him, Greg was alive?
Yes.
All right. Hereford. We may not have much time.
Abby? What's he thinking? We need to get Molly and Jenny back to the Grange. Daniel, too. He needs to recover.
No. Go on, Abby. If Greg's out there now, in danger, then we need to help him.
Oh. She's right, Jackie. We don't have a choice.
Below zero it was out there most nights. Was it December? January? Can't remember. Kept the meat fresh anyway. No. Once I'd eaten, I felt powerful, you know. There were knives and stuff in the cabin I saw.
My God.
My old man had a butcher shop. He'd hoped I'd take it on one day, but I've always just drifted. Such a disappointment to him. Still, I served my apprenticeship. It all came back to me in that cabin. After a day or two, I found that if you browned it, it tasted like beef. Only more tender.
You did it. You actually did it.
To survive. My leg got better, got my strength up, tried out what I couldn't eat. Tried using the salt that was there for the ice. had a go at smoking it. Anyway, I found the road, met my Patty. That were another sign. She was in a tent, hiding out, half-starved, just like me. Fate brought us together. I fed her, saved her.
Oh, dear God in heaven, you're monsters.
I told her after she'd eaten, so she knew what she'd done, what we'd had to do to survive. She didn't mind. She felt like I did. Powerful. We was kindred spirits after that.
But when you got back to the town, to civilization, surely you didn't carry on.
Once we'd found each other, we knew we could do anything. Anything we liked.
But there was no need.
We met others too. Some were like-minded, some weren't. The ones who liked the freedom stayed with us. Now it's just the two of us again, 'cause of you lot.
Look, there are communities out there, farms, traders. You don't have to do this. You just don't have to.
It's not a question of have to. It's not even about the eating anymore. We know. We can find enough to live on, but once you tasted it, it's what it represents.
What it represents is a complete lack of humanity.
Breaking taboos, that's what Patty calls it. But who's to say what's forbidden anymore?
Common decency, respect for your fellow man. There are lines we know we can't cross. That's what determines what we should or shouldn't do.
Now don't you get high and mighty with me, Preston. I saw what you did to Jenks, remember? I saw you kill a man with nothing but your bare hands.
Daniel? Oh, you're trembling.
So would you, if you'd seen what I've seen the last few days.
It hasn't all been plain sailing for us either, you know.
At least you're all still alive.
Greg, and this hunter, you don't think they've already...
There's no point even speculating. Let's concentrate on getting there first.
It all happened in Hereford, Daniel, last night, is that right?
Where are we going? I thought we were going to your house.
We just want to stop off and take a look in the town. That's right, isn't it, Abby?
As I said, let's just get there first.
I'm sorry. I let everyone down. I panicked. I ran.
No, Daniel, you got away. If you hadn't, well, we wouldn't know, and Greg wouldn't stand a hope.
And you got rid of that wild animal, too. You did what you set out to do.
Oh, we killed a lion. A mangy lion. The trouble is, that wasn't the only animal out there.
Hear that? Summer's coming. Berries in the hedgerows. Lambs grown up running wild. Who knows? Me and Patty might think of some new games to play.
You're enjoying it. Reveling in the absence of rules. Giving each other permission to do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
Sounds good to me. The world as it was had nothing for the likes of us. It's better now we can do what we want.
But you can't carry on. Sooner or later, someone's going to stop you.
We give everyone a chance to join us. You'd be surprised how many people want to break taboos.
You don't have to live like this.
No, we don't have to, but we can, so we do.
It's not supposed to be an argument.
I know I'm closer to the grave than the cradle. I'm not a religious man. What we do now, that's all there is. No one sits in judgment.
You felt you had no choice at the start. I can almost understand that. Listen to me. You can regain your humanity if you reconnect with other people. For God's sake, you don't have to keep on doing what you're doing.
Who says I want to regain my humanity? Who says that's not what humanity is for? Don't kid yourself that there's rules.
Civilization needs rules so we can all survive.
Didn't you notice, Mr. Preston? Civilization up and left. Human beings are just another pack of animals. Always were.
What are you going to do with that knife?
I could just as easily say to you, you don't have to live like that, but I can tell. Despite what you did to Jenks, your establishment through and through, I can smell it.
Where's Urban Warner?
I'll smoke this lot. It'll keep for longer. See you in a little while, Greg Preston.
Wait there, Molly, love. We'll stay where you can see us.
So this is where it happened?
Yeah. A van and a car with a caravan came from that way. And maybe more. It looks so different in the light.
Please just try to remember, please, for Greg's sake.
They were trying to get us into the vans. There was one parked here.
And now there's none.
Look at the cars. The roads over there are blocked. We barely squeezed through ourselves. There's only one way they could have towed caravans in and out of town. Here, mud tracks.
You want to follow them?
The sun's been up a good while now. One of these shops might have a pair of binoculars. If we go carefully, follow the trail and keep a lookout, hopefully we'll see them before they see us.
Sounds like a hell of a risk to me.
But Greg may not have much time.
Once we know where they are, we can go and tell Paul and the others. Jimmy too, if he's back. They'll all help. Daniel, you saw the caravan. You need to come with us.
No, I can't.
I don't think this is a good idea. Molly's being sick. She's in no state to go off on some rescue mission, and Jenny needs to rest.
I'm fine, and there's no way I'll get any rest without knowing what's happened to Greg.
You hear that? You've got to help us, Daniel. You're the only one who's seen these people.
You don't have to do it, Daniel. You should go and fetch
Jackie,
the others.
there isn't time.
All right. We can go and we can look, but we shouldn't do anything on our own.
Daniel, no!
He said yes, Jackie. Let's go.
You can take responsibility for yourself, but that poor girl's been through enough. Okay. You're right. Molly may well be more of a liability. You stay with her, Jackie. We'll be back in an hour.
Molly, love, you need to get out.
Out? Out there?
We shan't be long, honestly.
You could always try some of these cars. See if you can get back to the Grange, and then you can send people to help.
Here, take the map. I know the way well enough myself.
All right. It's not that much further, is it?
Come on, Daniel. In the back.
There and back. That's all we're doing.
Don't worry, Molly, love. We'll be okay.
If they need to go somewhere and they're happy for us to stay here, well, if you're with me, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Even if we don't find a car. You'll be back in an hour?
We will.
Don't worry, we won't do anything stupid.
Be careful. Precious cargo, remember?
They'll be all right, won't they?
I hope so.
Make as much noise as you like. There's only two of us for miles around. I just had a word with my Patty. You'll get to meet us soon enough. Don't you worry.
Well, I'm not in the mood for company. Particularly not if it's as insane as you.
She thinks you could still join us, you know. Says she saw your eyes when you strangled Jenks. Proper mad, she says they were.
Well, I had no choice. It was kill or be killed.
I'll bet he's not the first one either.
What?
Since the death. I'll bet you've been making your own rules.
No. There's right and there's wrong. The rules are there for the good of everyone.
Deciding who lives and who dies, you enjoy it. Come on, Patty's right, you're one of us.
No, I won't join you. You're sick in the head. I'm nothing like you.
Are you sure about that?
I am sure. And if that's the only alternative, then that's it. I've had enough.
What?
Yes, well, if you're going to do it, get on with it. Open this cage and face me like a man. Do it. Go on. Kill me. Kill me now.
I'm happy to wait. We don't have to go anywhere.
Here, got one. No. Stay back there, darling. I just need to make some room.
Oh my God! How could you touch it? I can't get in there. The smell.
There's no smell. It's too far gone for that. I'll just pop these rugs over the seats. The keys are still in here too, see? Now I just have to be careful not to flood it. There we go! And look, the petrol gauge is showing half a tank. That'll be more than enough. Come on, Molly. We can get going.
No, I'm not getting in there. I can smell it. I can. I'm going to be sick.
Molly!
So this is where the tracks lead. It explains why they were so muddy in the first place.
A caravan park, if it's a logical enough place to keep a caravan.
Okay, we found where they went. We should go back and get the others.
No, we haven't found anything yet. We should take a look around.
The mud looks like it's been freshly churned up.
Get me the shotgun, Daniel. It's in the back.
Go quietly. If there's anyone here, they might have heard us pulling in.
We didn't see any movement from the main road.
Jenny's right. They'll already know we're here. I told you, it's madness to go...
Well, now we've got no choice. Come on.
No, I'm not going in there. I can't.
Jenny, what about you? Can you manage?
You go on. I'll catch up.
I'm sorry, I just can't.
We can't afford passengers, Daniel. You don't have to leave the road. Just check the perimeter. Stay out of sight.
Oh, do you feel a bit more human now, love? Better out than in, eh?
Yeah. I don't know why I keep doing this.
You've been through a lot. Hits us all in different ways. It could all be down to the stress of the last few days. Stress and relief.
There is another reason that springs to mind.
No. I'm sure it can't be that.
What if it is? I was with those men for weeks. With them all. Doing what they did.
No, darling, it doesn't mean...
What if I'm pregnant? Because of them?
You can't think that. Are you feeling up to giving that car another go? Let's get you back to this big house of Abby's. They've a student doctor staying with them, Jenny said. She'll know what's what.
I don't want to go. Not if I...
It's a safe place. A good place. I only stayed a night, but they were nice people. There were children there. Everyone mucks in.
I know it. I know I'm pregnant. I can feel...
There. Shh. I was sick as a dog with Gemma. They say the second one is supposed to be so much easier. I always did everything the wrong way round, Jason said.
Was that your husband? How many children did you have?
2. A boy and a girl.
I'm sorry. I'm panicking and you've lost everything already.
The truth is, the way things are now, we need more people. So if it is true, if you are pregnant, it doesn't matter who the parents are. It's a blessing.
But to be created from that, from what they did to me...
It won't matter. Not in the long run. Look at you. You're alive. You've come through it. You're safe. That's all that matters now. Abby, Greg, Daniel, they're all good people. Everyone will help. Look at Jenny. It's what this world needs more than anything else.
This house of theirs, I can't go and meet everyone looking like this, in second-hand overalls.
It is a bit functional. You know what I saw back down that way? A boutique. I hear there's a sale on. Everything must go. Come on. Let's find you something nice.
Go on, if you're going to do it, do it! I'm sick of listening to your whining self-justification.
Sounds like you decided our conversation's over.
What's the matter? You're not so keen on carving up meat that answers back?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm not.
You're all talk.
I'm a butcher, not the slaughterman.
And what's the difference?
I've been to abattoirs. The old man, he made me come along. All that noise, that panic in their eyes.
What was the problem? Couldn't stand the sight of blood?
Don't get me wrong, I've killed them when I had to. It's not so bad if you can't see their faces, but like I said, I'm the butcher. They usually come to me dead.
Well, it's just as I thought. You're a coward. A gutless coward.
Of course, it's different in the middle of the hunt. Blood's up, you get carried away, but I'm not a cold-blooded murderer. No. That's Pat's job.
Well, what are you saying? You get someone else to do the dirty work? A woman?
I think it's time I went and fetched her. Don't go anywhere, will you?
It's him.
I knew it! You're not even man
enough to do it yourself.
Don't you fret, Mr. Preston. We'll both be back soon.
Greg. Come on. Come on.
Back so soon? Forget something?
Greg.
Daniel? Oh, thank God. Come on, hurry, get me out of this thing.
It's a padlock.
I'm on the table there. Keys, try them all.
Jenny and Abby are here. We were just going to take a look around.
Come on, hurry up.
Oh, sorry. Owen? I got it.
They'll be back in a minute.
They? You mean it's not just him?
Oh, no. No, it's not.
Please! Help me before it comes! Oh, thank God! Don't shoot!
Don't worry, the gun's not for you. Are you hurt?
No, just tied up to this stump. They left me here.
Who did?
The wild people. I thought they'd left me for the lion.
Oh, you don't need to worry about any lion.
Really? How many of your other?
Abby! Who's this?
Trisha. Call me Trisha.
All right, Trisha. Let's get you out of these ropes. Did you see where these wild people went?
We should take her straight back to the car.
We will when we've untied her.
I think we're safer now. I think they're long gone. What about that gun of yours? Isn't that enough to scare anyone off?
Were they in a hurry? These knots aren't tied too well.
I nearly managed to get myself out. I heard your car pull up.
What happened? Where did you come from?
I got separated from my friends. We saw the campsite sign on the road. We thought there'd be stuff around here we could use, but these savages set upon us.
Savages?
They were crazy, wearing skins, making animal noises. They grabbed me, tied me up, and left me. They said the big cat would get me.
There. Well, at least you don't have to worry about that now. The big cat's been dealt with, Trisha, by our friends.
Ta-da! How is it?
You look brilliant! $1 million!
I don't know about that.
Well, how do you feel?
Better.
It's amazing what a pick-me-up a new outfit can be. You can look at the world in a whole new light. Look at yourself, too.
I'd never have been able to afford this kind of thing. You know, before.
Blue is definitely your colour. Oh, look at that. There's another few here you should try.
Thank you, Jackie. Thanks for everything. You've all been so kind.
Oh, nonsense. We just did what any normal people would. Now, come on. Try this one on.
Come on, Daniel. Ridley was going that way.
Do you really want to follow him?
After what he did, yes, I'd like a little payback.
Oh, look, I can barely walk with this leg. If it comes to it, I won't be able to outrun him.
Oh, I suppose not. Where are the girls?
They were just going for a quick look round. They said we wouldn't try anything. We'd see if this was the place and then go and get the others from the Grange. But if that man's out there...
We need to find them and get back to the car. Now, I suppose you're right. We should just get out of this place as fast as we can.
The Land Rover's back at the main gate. I came this way round the perimeter. We should go back the same way.
Yeah, but what about Abby and Jenny?
Oh, we're bound to run into them on the way. They might be back already. Besides, I saw something by the fence. Something that might be useful.
All right. Either way, we should move before Ridley comes back and finds his cage is empty.
A few rope burns, but you'll live.
Thank you. You are very kind. Brave too, coming after your pal.
He'd do the same for us.
Are you ready to move?
Oh, give us a hand up. Jenny, was it?
Sure. Hang on.
Trouble is you just don't know who's out there these days, do you?
What are you... Let me go!
Trisha, what are you doing?
Oh, so you are prepared to use that shotgun then, eh, Abby?
makes no sense for the last people on Earth to kill one another. But if I have to do it to protect my friends, well, I will.
You'll no shoot me. I can see it in your eyes. You don't have it in you to do it.
No, you're right. We don't want to hurt anyone. It's just, like Abby says, it doesn't make sense. You can't mean to harm us. You can't just turn round and kill someone you've been speaking to. A fellow human being. Please, Trish. I'm pregnant.
And you think that'll make a difference, do you?
No use talking sense to my Patty. She does whatever she wants.
Abby, behind you!
Best not take the risk, eh? Now, what are you pretty ladies doing with a big ugly gun like this?
I heard you coming a mile off, you big lummox.
You were right, Pat. More of them did come after all.
Who are you? What do you want with us?
You stay there. You. Abby, was it? Get up. Slowly does it.
So you're the wild people. That was all just a pack of lies. I know you, don't I?
That's it. George Ridley at your service. Ladies, let me introduce Patricia Gallagher. You might remember reading about her in the papers when she got sent down for life.
What is this place?
I passed it on my recce. Through the window on these racks. They look like
guns?
No, just air rifles. Targets. Bows and arrows, ropes, flares, maps, all the outward bound stuff.
Ah, of course. Those wooden boards out there. It's the firing range. It's been a long while since anyone had a holiday here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's a nice idea, but we might as well be using pop guns. Come on. There's no sign of Abby and Jenny. If they've run into Ridley, they're going to need our help.
Listen, Greg, I didn't say before, but thanks for what you did back in Hereford. I'd never have got away with it if you hadn't...
Murdered? No, I suppose not. But anyway, you got me out just now, so consider the debt repaid.
I'm not cut out for this. I had a desk job. I write words. I don't fight.
Listen, Daniel, now we do what we have to do. The world's a different place.
That's just it. The world's different, and I don't belong anymore.
Oh, none of that talk. I mean, our friends need our help.
Well, I don't know if I can. Ow! Oh, I don't know.
Let's get up, man.
Oh.
Look, you've come this far. You can't give up now.
Oh, Greg, please, I can't.
You can. Believe me, Daniel, you can. I can't do it on my own. So you're just going to have to buck up and try.
But it's useless. I brought you here and it's useless.
No. These things, well, they might not be lethal, but they're better than nothing. So come on, grab as much of the stuff as you can carry.
I'll put this lot in the boot.
It's summer now, isn't it? Why do you want all these coats and jumpers?
Thinking ahead. We'll be glad of them in another 6 months. You ready for the off?
Yeah, ready.
Get yourself in then. Oh, why not have a snooze on the back seat? I think I know which way to go. I was never much use with maps. Look at me now. Jason would be proud. And we're off.
What are you saying? This woman's an escaped convict?
Careful, Jenny. Don't move.
Listen to your friend. So, you're the famous Jenny, are you? I can see why Jenks took a liking to you.
Jenks? He was one of yours?
Oi! We were talking about me! You never heard of me? I was all over the papers 3 years ago.
No, can't say I have. Or if I did, something must have happened to make it slip my mind.
Patty here was the Black Widow of Bell's Hill. Killed 2 husbands and the copper who tried to arrest her.
Forgive me. Not up on my provincial murderers.
Got a smart mouth, haven't you?
Oh no, stop it!
The judge gave her 20 years up in style.
I suppose what happened with the sickness gave you an opportunity for escape.
You could say that again. I saw my chance and I took it. More and more of the guards went off sick. It got pretty lax. Prisoners started dying. In the end, the chaplain said they should hand over the keys. I ran as fast as I could, camped out in the wilds. I nearly died. Georgie here saved my life.
Out on the moors in the freezing cold you were.
I'm lucky he found me.
We're lucky we found each other.
Shh, this is close enough. Listen.
I wouldn't call it luck.
It's them.
Oh yeah? What would you call it, Missy?
Please, leave Jenny alone. She's pregnant.
I don't care if she's carrying the baby Jesus himself.
Yes. Sounds like they're in trouble.
We're too late.
But listen, ladies, we're not animals. We always give people a choice. Here we go. We'll find out soon enough.
Oh, good, Georgie. You brought some with you.
Brought some what?
You can always eat. Join us. Here.
Is that meat?
Take it. Try it.
No, thank you.
Don't knock what you haven't tried. Give me that. That's salty. But you get used to it. Is this the riverboat woman or the man for the woods?
What? Oh, God. I think I'm going to be sick.
What about you, Abby? Fancy crossing the line, trying things you'd never tried?
You can't do this, Mr. Ridley. You're both sick. Society is being rebuilt. Things like this have no place in it.
That's what your fella Greg said.
Greg? Greg's alive?
So, he's your fella, poor old Jenks, eh?
Society? We've got no need for it.
It didn't want us, so why bother trying to save its neck now?
We're with a group, a large group. We've got authority.
That British government lot, they're nothing but a bunch of thugs in Land Rovers. We steer well clear of them.
No. We're part of a federation of organised communities, spread out all across this area. We all look out for each other. They know we're here.
Yes, if you've been keeping an eye on the area, sending people like Jenks about, then you'd know. We had a meeting at the Grange just last week.
Did you know?
It's true. People said there's been a lot of coming and going.
Right. Pick up that gun, Georgie boy.
You two, get in your knees. What are you going to do? Do it!
Oh my God, Greg. Get careful. Be quiet now, I have an idea. We don't want to give ourselves away, not yet.
What the hell can we do? We can't shoot them. These air rifles won't do a thing from this distance, and they've got Abby and Jenny covered.
Yeah, but did you hear what Abby was saying? Perhaps we don't have to attack. Just make them think that we will, Here.
Oh, that's not going to work.
It has to. Listen, Ridley's a coward. If he thinks people are coming, he'll run. As for the woman, I'm not so sure.
Can we take that risk?
We're out of other options. You stay here. Count to 50 slowly. And I'll get into position around the other side.
Then what?
Then start firing at the trees into the edges. Just make a lot of noise and use the flares too. I'll take the bow.
What? You can't think.
I've got to do something. And we've got to do it now. Start counting.
1, 2, 3.
You all right, sweetheart? Sorry about the bumps. How you feeling?
A bit sick again, sorry.
Don't worry. I'll stop. Get your window open.
I can't. I feel cold.
You might be coming down with something.
I think we've already worked out what's wrong with me.
Listen, I'll get you some coats from the back. Now, you make yourself cosy.
Thanks, I will.
I'm just going to answer a call of nature over by that tree, okay? Okay?
Okay.
Don't worry, Molly, darling. It'll all be fine.
Yeah. It'll all be fine.
You're making a mistake.
Please. Please don't do this. You had your chance to join us. They don't want to play, George. Show them what happens if you don't want to play.
You know, it's not how I like doing it.
Come on, you've got to learn sometime.
Listen to me, George, please. If you do this, there's no turning back.
I don't care. We stopped looking over our shoulders a long time ago. Do it, Ridley.
Right. Hold on.
Enough excuses. Do the mouthy one first.
No, look! It's empty.
You've been threatening us with an empty gun?
Oh, Charlotte and Jane, they must have emptied it. I never checked. I never reloaded. Abby, no.
What was that?
I told you. My people.
We found them! They're coming!
Pat, we got nothing.
Hey! Over there! Get up!
Oh, hell, come on, back to the van. I'll get the tow bar hooked up and we can move out.
No, George, we've got bargaining power by these two.
They'll shoot us before we see them. I'm not sticking around for that.
We don't need a gun. We can kill them without it.
I haven't even got me knife. We've got to go.
We're going nowhere. Don't run out on me, Georgie. No! We stick together! Abby! Abby!
Molly! Let me in. Come on, this isn't funny. What are you doing back there? Why? No, Molly! No! Put it down! You can't! You can't!
I have to! I have to do this!
Molly, please! Listen to me, darling!
I can't do it, you see. I'm not as strong as you. I just can't.
Molly!
They're coming, but they'll not get me. Oh, no, they won't.
Where's my cleaver? How did he get out?
You know what? It's time someone locked you up.
Oi! Who's there? What's that smell? What have you done? Is that you, Jackson? Let me out!
No, I won't. You never give anyone else a chance when they beg for mercy, so why should I listen to you?
You!
I thought you'd try that, so I got this ready. That's the thing about being a newsman. You pick up all kinds of facts. He didn't invent them. The name was meant as an insult to Vyacheslav Molotov. I'm just doing what needs to be done. I'm just doing what we have to do.
So, you're Patty, are you?
Get off me! Let me go!
Or Trisha, depending on who she's talking to.
We should gather up that rope, Abby. Tie her up for real.
Good idea. This time you won't need to put on a performance.
Go!
Son of a tiger, this one.
Is that it? Is he your army?
Well, I'm army enough for you two. Oh, don't worry. Everything Abby said was true. We are starting again. And we have to find a solution for people like you.
You're going to enjoy that, aren't you? Eh?
I will do whatever is necessary, but I won't enjoy it.
Greg.
No. I know I've killed, but I've killed when I had to. When I thought it was right, when I had no choice.
You don't have to justify yourself to her.
No, but I do to myself. And as long as I do feel that guilt, that pang of conscience, I know I'm not like them.
What's that? Above the trees, there's smoke.
John! My John!
No, Jenny, leave her.
We can't let her get away.
No intention of that.
Is Daniel still out there somewhere?
No, stay here. Abby, look after Jenny.
I don't need looking after.
Well, do what you want then. I'm going after her.
What was that?
Go after him. Help him.
Are you sure you're all right?
Oh, don't you start. I'm fine.
Right, we'll get back to the car, Jenny. Here, make sure it's ready to go. We might need to leave in a hurry. Greg!
John!
What? Who the hell are you?
Get out of my way! Georgie! Georgie, can you hear me?
It's too late! Too late, babe!
Daniel, what the hell have you done?
I'm coming, John! I'm coming to be with you!
What's she doing?
She's walking straight into that inferno by the look of it.
Oh my God!
Dan, what did you do?
I did it. I did it.
Damn it, Daniel, what did you do?
Paraffin. I soaked the inside of the caravan. Poured it everywhere. All over the cage. The remains of that body. I took the gas bottles, oil drums. I rolled them underneath.
What? Abby, help me.
Here, Daniel, take my arm.
We need to move back. We need to move away from that caravan before...
Abby! It's okay, Jenny. We don't need to run. I heard the most terrible explosion. What happened? Did you...
No, it's over. They've gone.
Where's Daniel?
He was right behind us. Daniel?
Jenny, are you really all right?
Everyone keeps asking me that.
Well, you are having our baby, so I think I've got the right.
So, you admit it's our baby. Only you didn't seem so keen.
I know, and I'm sorry. It was just a shock, that's all. Now, it'll be good for Lizzie and John to have someone to play with. After all this, it'll be good for all of us. Real, loving family. That's what this world needs.
Good. I'm glad.
And you are all right.
Yes. There's nothing to worry about. But I'll be glad to see Ruth again.
Daniel's here. Found him.
Who were those people?
Savages. No worse. They'd regressed back to the basest instincts humanity can have.
They were monsters.
No rules, no law. I think everyone has that potential. Most of us just hold it at bay.
Now I know what's out there. The sooner I get after Peter, the better. I'll just have to start all over again. At the school.
Is there anything useful we can take from the caravan park?
I don't want to go back there.
Well, there was fuel, but that's gone. Anyway, come on. Let's leave well alone. The others will be wondering what's happened to us all. I just want to get home, change of clothes, somewhere to wash. That's civilization enough for me.
Me too.
No, well, I'm more concerned about you. Running around the woods in your condition.
I'm pregnant, Greg. I'm not ill.
Still, I'll be happier once we get back and Ruth's taken a proper look at you.
We should go back through the town, make sure Jackie and Molly are safe.
I'll drive.
Daniel? Are you ready?
We can call them monsters. But Greg's right. It's too easy to do that. It's there, inside everyone. That's what we're all capable of.
We do what we have to survive.
I don't know. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know that I'm ready to be around people.
People need people. We've seen what happens when they isolate themselves.
No. I think it might be best if I stay away from... Wait. Abby?
Yes?
How soon are you setting out to look for your son?
When we get back, I'll find the people on the boats again. He may not have had my Peter with him, but I'm sure the deaf man was Bronson, the teacher I met at Peter's school.
He moved on, they said, in a different direction to the boy.
That's right. I want to find out where. It could be that they were gathering back at the school. I'll see if Jimmy's come back with the supplies he went for.
Is he going with you, this Jimmy?
I don't know. Perhaps.
Well, whether he does or not, I will.
Come on, you two. We've all had enough of this place.
We're coming! Really? You don't have to. It's not your job, Daniel.
It's a purpose. I don't know what else I'm good for. I can't farm, I can't build things, but I can try and help you.
Well, that's good enough for me. Thank you. Come on. We'll see how your friend Jackie's getting on. With any luck, she's safe and sound with the others back at the Grange.
You think? I hope so.
You need to hang on. You can't just give up, Molly, darling. No. You've got to keep fighting. We've all got to keep fighting. You want to live, don't you, Molly? You want to live.
Episode 4, Savages. Yeah, the idea of doing a story with cannibals was floated back in that very first production meeting. As with episode 3, I had big concerns about crossing the line in terms of horror and taste and decency, and Savages is still very, very disturbing and affecting. But it's interesting, it's disturbing and affecting for all the things you don't see. I mean, there's no actual very little extreme violence in it. You see very little, obviously it's audio, but you hear very little. But it's just suggested, and it's just the ideas that are in there actually sort of gnaw away in your brain. I mean, reading the script really affected me, actually. It stayed with me for hours later. Listening to it being recorded, listening to Bernard Holly and Ian McCulloch do their two-handed scenes together, I found really powerful. They did some beautiful stuff.
My name is Bernard Holly and I play George Ridley.
Where's Irvin Warner?
Closer than you think, but he won't be bothering anyone again with all his traps and bows and arrows.
You've killed him.
We do what we have to do. I think I watched it avidly the 2 or 3 years it was on. I don't know quite how long it was on for. I remember asking my agent to get me into it, but she never did. It was the classic time for television because the actors always had time. There'd be a 3, 4, 5, maybe 10-day rehearsal period, and then 1, 2, or 4 days in the studio, and it was just a little more relaxed, and you got to know everybody. You got to know the directors, and you got to know your fellow actors, and you got to know the crews, and so you were up in the BBC club afterwards with the cameraman and sound guy and all the directors and producers and all the other actors. In fact, the BBC club was notorious for actors not talking to you. In other words, they'd be looking to somebody more important in the background.
Grotty weather for it. That gun for me.
Sorry. You never know these days. No offence intended.
None taken. You know, I think basically I'm quite a nice bloke, and everybody says that. You know, oh, that nice Bernard Holly. And I always, with Big Finish, seem to get these outlandishly awful people, which I love, actually, because I don't get a chance to play them normally. So George Ridley is a cannibal and a butcher. Well, he's a butcher first, and he cuts up human beings and cooks them and serves them to himself and to his partners in crime and to anybody who comes within his orbit. So he's a rather nasty character.
There are lines we know we can't cross. That's what determines what we should or shouldn't do.
Don't you get high and mighty with me, Preston. I saw what you did to Jenks, remember? I saw you kill a man with nothing but your bare hands.
Hello, I'm Ken Bentley, and I directed Survivors, Series 2.
After a day or two, I found that if you browned it, it tasted like beef. Only more tender.
You did it. You actually did it.
To survive.
They're all dark, but the fourth episode just had to take darkness to its logical conclusion, and that's about as horrible as it gets. I'm led to believe that one of the first things people do in very desperate situations, and when they're desperate for food, is turn to cannibalism. And it's been quite readily documented a number of times. So in our series, it had to be something we deal with at some point, and it had to be something we deal with fairly early on. So we had to do it, and it felt absolutely right in this second series to do that and to use that as our hideous conclusion.
It doesn't disturb me in the slightest. You know, of course, it's a bit horrible, but there have been examples of cannibalism in human history, and. This guy's particularly nasty because he's not actually just getting people that have died or close to death to eat them. He's actually killing his food. He's a butcher in the true sense of the word, but butchering human beings.
I'm Lucy Fleming, and I play Jenny Richards. No, you're right. We don't want to hurt anyone. It's just, like Abby says, it doesn't make sense. You can't mean to harm us. You can't just turn around and kill someone you've been speaking to. A fellow human being. Please, Trish. I'm pregnant.
And you think that'll make a difference, do you?
Well, you have to think how you would react as a person to these kind of situations that the characters get in, and you have to imagine how you and the character would react to them. But also the background is so different in Survivors that you have to kind of push yourself a bit further to what you yourself would do nowadays. And really, you know, people would have had to change and be much more tough, I think. And cannibalism, I don't know if I'd ever... You know, if you get desperate, you might have to. You have to really put yourself through the thoughts and the emotions that are behind it because of survival, very basic survival.
The way I work with actors is I try to encourage actors to go too far, to do too much, and then you've wrung everything out of that sequence and that situation that you possibly can, and then you pull it back from that. And writing's the same. When we're writing Survivors, we've got to go there. We've got to push it as far as we can, and it's great to get the note, that's too much, that's too sick, that's too depressing, that's too gruesome, and then we can just pull it back to the point where it's horrible enough to contemplate, but is still on the right side of being in any way decent and of reasonable taste. So it's absolutely right that we've pushed the boundaries as far as we possibly can, and we know where that line is.
My name's Alison McKenzie, and I play Patricia. I would say she is the backbone of her and Ridley, the other mercenary, and they've found each other in a really bad time, and they have adapted to the circumstances of surviving in this terrain in a very cannibalistic and harsh way. So they've adapted to it in their own way, which is fend for themselves, and they've kind of turned their back in society and are blaming society and are then eating society.
I ran as fast as I could, camped out in the wilds. I nearly died. Georgie here saved my life.
Out on the moors in the freezing cold you were.
I'm lucky he found me.
We're lucky we found each other.
The more horrible, the more fun it is to play, actually. But yeah, I mean, she has no moral centre. I don't think she ever, you know, her history is that she'd killed her husband, and she'd killed the policeman that came to arrest her and things like that. I don't think even before she went into prison she had a moral centre or any sense of duty to society. So I think this is kind of unleashed this kind of scavenging and this kind of wild abandon of society, trying to survive. It's kind of, I suppose it's heightened her instincts as to maybe what she's always been, you know, deep down. It's brought all those kind of instincts to the fore that she can really let loose in her will of destruction.
Hello, I'm John Banks and I'm playing Daniel Connor.
Oh my God!
Daniel, what did you do?
I did it. I did it.
Damn it, Daniel, what did you do?
You know, the notion of Daniel's journey, Daniel changing from this person who can barely shoot straight, has no idea of how to look after himself in these changed circumstances, to this seismic shift that's initiated obviously by the terrible loss that he's gone through. He's having to decide how far he can go to protect his friends, and I think perhaps it's an arguable point, but maybe he's gone too far and he's sort of become something that would have horrified him only a few months earlier, and he's committed acts that would have truly horrified him and actually do horrify Greg and perhaps other characters.
I'm Fiona Sheehan and I play Molly.
God. No, Molly! No! Put it down! You can't! You can't!
I have to do this!
Molly, please! Listen to me, darling!
I can't do it, you see. I'm not as strong as you. I just can't.
Molly! It seems to get worse and worse for her. She's really having a tough time, even though she's come out of where she was trapped with this gang of men. She's still suffering with the psychological damage from it, and she's having an awful time at the end of this series. Yeah, don't know what's in store for her.
In the episode that primarily features the women too, I mean, there are events that occur in that are, very bravely faced, actually. I mean, I think Louise has written a stunning script, and she certainly hasn't shied away from introducing themes that are, goodness me, the moral dilemmas that we're all thrown into now are huge. We're reinventing morality, essentially. You know, we're having to decide as we go along what's acceptable and what isn't. And Greg is sort of accused of being overly violent when he's essentially torturing someone for information. And yet, where do our sympathies lie? To what extent do we have to be pragmatic and say, well, look, we're now making this up as we go along. We have to do what we believe is the right thing. Perhaps we're wrong, but we have to do something. Greater good, lesser good, degrees of evil, degrees of violence, all of those things are being negotiated. I think it's very, very good. You know, it's good that we're in that situation dramatically. And how often does that occur where we are creating a new morality? I think it's amazing.
Don't knock what you haven't tried. Give me that. That's salty. But you get used to it. Is this the riverboat woman or the man for the woods?
What? Oh, God. I don't know whether it's a sign of the times, but I'm tending to read people's interpretation of things more these days is more kind of like the film Children of Men, or like Cormac McCarthy's The Road, things like that, and just what's on the news just now about the Ebola and things like that there's a real fear in people, and you know, it's genuinely how people will survive. And I did a play last year, we did Macbeth last year, and we chose to set it in a post-apocalyptic world, and how do people survive in that period of time. So it seems to be a kind of sign of the times that, you know, there's natural disasters, there's different environmental stresses and things that people are very aware, their senses are more heightened to that kind of atrocity in an apocalyptic world. So I think it's very of the times to revive it in a way, you know.
It does get a bit worrying when you have jihadists, you know, and going and doing all sorts of mayhem in the Middle East, and wondering how far that can spread. So I mean, it's a pretty frightening scenario, but you know, we have our lives to lead over here. I don't work as much as I used to. That's choice, not because I don't really want to leave home to do anything. And we have a nice, relaxed life, and I hope it doesn't change because of horrors that are inflicted on us from other areas.
I know I've killed, but I've killed when I had to, when I thought it was right, when I had no choice.
You don't have to justify yourself to her.
No, but I do to myself. And as long as I do feel that guilt, that pang of conscience, I know I'm not like them.
I think one of the things I like about Series 2 over Series 1 is how contained everything is. It's a series of very tight combinations of characters. The biggest we get is it's probably episodes 2 and 4 where we see the group all together, isn't it? Just for very brief moments. We're separating people out and we're forcing people into these very tight situations. It's great to do that. There aren't many things we work on at Big Finish where we can do that, and it's really nice to be able to explore how claustrophobic drama can be.
It's been really interesting because, as I say, the first series of Survivors, it already came with a very dark subject matter and it came with a very dark heart, and I think there was a danger in Series 2 that we wouldn't have that sort of material to play with, that I know the TV series was accused of becoming a little bit more about farming rather than being about the apocalypse. And we've been careful not to go there in the audio series. So, yes, that's one of the reasons we've stayed so dark in tone. And so as we head into post-production with this, Series 3 is now being written. And it's dark and challenging again. We found a very different subject matter to deal with, but I think it's equally powerful. I'm hugely proud of this series. I absolutely love working on it. It was such a really energising week to be in there with the cast and do these stories. And I'm really hoping that the series has a very long life. I definitely think it deserves it.